They're talking. I can't hear them because she has me fucking muted.
Hey, how are you? Good.
Danny, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Already.
He's in Florida. He always goes to Florida for
I need to use
about.
instant transmission.
Huh?
I need to use instant transmission. Pop down there, grab them, pop back.
Call the meeting to order. According to, pursuant with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting has been published in the Burlington County Times and the Courier Post on 18th day of January 2026, and the Pine Barrens Tribune on the 16th day of January 2026. Additionally posted on the official bulletin board of the Township of Pemberton on the 12th day of January 2026. Those wishing to be notified of changes to the scheduled meetings were notified via email or regular meeting. Let's take the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Here.
Mr. Doyle?
Here.
Mr. Dewey?
Here.
Mr. Ward is absent. Mr. Harper?
Here. All right, we're going to start this off. I think the mayor has a little presentation to do right off the bat.
Good evening, everybody. So, as you all are aware, we had a snowstorm a couple weeks ago. I think it's the biggest one we've had in about 5 years. Sitting in the seat I sit in now, I got to see firsthand what our township employees do when things like this happen. And it was an all hands on deck. It was a team effort, and the team did a great job. So I want to recognize these employees with certificates of excellence. You'll see, when I say it's a team effort, you'll see the list of names that I read off. From our fire department, Captain Preston Jardine, Lieutenant Justin Smartwood, firefighter Colin Leeper, firefighter Jacob Mead, firefighter Thomas Moore, police officer Andrew Gingery, recruit firefighter Sean Braithwaite, recruit firefighter Roberto Fernandez, recruit firefighter Ayana Gonzalez, recruit firefighter Frank Romero. From our Department of Public Works. Oh, perfect timing, Mr. Lunch. How's your wife, okay? From Department of Public Works, Al Cantwell, Andy Vanderham, Angel Dolio, Anthony Nelson, Billy Sweet, Bob Wyckoff, Brad Witt, Brandon Tucker, Brian Willis, Bryn Lopez, Chris Egan, Chris Poinsett, Dan Dobbins, Darrell Benjamin, Darrell Phillips, Dave Wood, Don Medora, Donna McBreen, Eric Hilbert, Frank Pierce, Ian Wiseman, James McIntyre, Jim Valor, James Shaker, Jay Wiseman, Jeff Byers, Jerome Gunter, Jerome Donosky, Joni Shepard, Joe McGreen, John Kurth, Ken Willis, Kevin Wasilewski, Kevin Zur, Levi States, Mario Camillo, Mark Matthews, Matt McNeil, Matt Miller, Morgan Lieski, Nick Gonzalez, Pete De La Garza, Rashawn Coleman, Rick Shorter, Robert Early, Robert Taylor, Ron Bucheri, Ryan Pittman, Sean Herring, Shelby Willits, TJ Gemignani, if I said that wrong, I apologize, Tom McNaughton, Travis Lerman, Wayne Fell. From our police department, Sergeant John Rossetti, Patrolman Sean Smith, Patrolman Kyle Wardell, Patrolman Scott Redler, Patrolman John Forby, Patrolman Brandon Felkins, Sergeant Joshua Danka, Patrolman Philip Macy, Patrolman Logan Sheehan, Patrolman Nicholas Bolton, Patrolman Joseph Peters, Patrolman Devin Gilbert. Sergeant Sean Bostic, Patrolman Peter McEwen, Patrolman Evan Shagg, Patrolman Thomas Kushner, Patrolman Stuart Kane, Patrolman Gregory Blonyard, Patrolman Abigail Garza, Patrolman LaQuan Jet, Patrolman Kyle McQueen, Patrolman Joshua Mann, Patrolman Victoria Carsley, Lieutenant Thomas Lucas, Lieutenant Jason Gant, Captain Jason Luis, and last but not least, Chief John Glass. Can I have a round of applause, please? And this is what we should be doing with our employees, recognizing them and not condemning them. I'm gonna, Chief, this is for your guys and girls. Aaron, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on, closed session, Resolution 68, 2026 authorizes the council to go into closed session. I believe we have a couple small issues to go into closed session. We'll try not to be too long.
Make a motion for closed session?
Second?
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Leroy?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
In fact, I brought a copy to him. He was arrested. So since he couldn't find one, and then I have one for the president of council and him one. Which is nice.
I just don't understand some of these statements.
Hi everybody, I don't want to interrupt your break, but my name's Shelby and I'm selling Girl Scout cookies back here if anybody's interested.
I have two, Shelby.
Hey, you can give me the rest if you need. Give me two.
Well, yeah, I had to give her that. We're getting there. I didn't know that you were going to do that, because you said that everybody was going to go on.
Right across from the daycare. Come around the third, where Red used to be. And then, the daycare's on the left, the coffee shop's on the left. I'm right across from the daycare. That's around that house at this side, on this side, it's around Donovan. Candy and Craig. Candy and Ray's play.
So I went in there, I was like, is this like politically charged, or I was like, yeah.
No, that's Jerry's place, that's my office.
Like, can't get up and eat.
That was Dick's time.
And it's something that is voting in a conference, it's like,
Red, four lines, we have one day. He ends that big conference.
we say Friday night, so I wanna hear what you have to say. And I like what we have said. PVC. So it's about talent. Okay. Okay, but I just snippet of it this morning at the assembly, and one of the kids was like spoken word, and so you could say it on Thursday, say it Friday night. And then I, she's saying, hi.
Hi, Tricia. Ken Jones. Nice to meet you.
And we're rooting for it. We want it. Here's from what counts. When is it Sunday? Well, he always dresses Oh, in the main also? Oh, yeah, that thing's
It took me 30 years to remember her name. I known you for 30 years and I never knew her name. Didn't know why.
So when they ground it down, they also like,
And I used to. So good to me. And he's white. And he's like. I was waiting for 5 years. Well, I'm young. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, he did, yeah. You had it when I saw your son, right? But his wife was beautiful. She was fast. And she was the mother. She was like you, very vivacious and very bubbly and friendly. She was gorgeous. Thank you. Cancer. Oh, good. I want to stop a birthday. I know. I think we have known each other for about. So it's easier, but I never got a Stop with Brian. Well, I'll tell you one thing, if you can clean up my neighborhood, I'll vote you in a heartbeat. Part 2, right? Yeah, we got it.
take care.
Hey.
Good, good, good.
years ago. I was like 22.
How well?
I didn't know it was comprehensive. Wake up.
All right, call this meeting back to order. No formal action will be taken due to the closed session. Next, we're moving on to public comments. Council's intention is to preserve the level and respect, courtesy, and civility required to successfully conduct the public business. In this regard, the council should be addressed during public participation. I'll get that word right one of these meetings, as a collective body and not individual members. In order to respect the speaker's time, council members will not engage in a dialect or debate with the speaker. However, council members should feel free to ask the speaker a question or questions once recognized by the council president for the purpose of clarification. Council members can offer comments on the speaker's remarks once the speaker has concluded his or her comments in their allotted 5-minute time frame. First person up, please.
Joe Fallon, Clubhouse Road, Browns Mills. Good evening. I'd like to bring up some old business. Back a few months ago, I requested the cost to the township up to this point, back then, of the settlement cost the township is going to have to pay out, and the cost of representation in those legal matters. And the reason I think that's important to bring up is because we are considering a change of government, and I think seeing what that cost us with this present form of government would be something the public should be aware of. If they're going to make a decision on changing the form of government, they ought to see why this particular form of government failed us for a while and what it cost us going into the future as well. So I don't know if that number is being accumulated anywhere or if anyone is looking at it and tallying up is what it's going to cost us at the end of the day when we're all done with this. But even bringing it up to this point in time, I think would be important for the public to be aware of. Just because if you're going to make a change in government, you need to know why is it being considered, and this would be why, one of the reasons for sure, and probably the primary one based on what we just went through. So that was my first order of business, if you will. The water department. I note we have a number of dollars being considered here tonight to vote on as far as the water department is concerned for funding and bonding. And at the last meeting that I attended, I was pleased to hear that we were able to get our cost for the Greenberg project down from 10 million to 2 million, I think it was, as I recall. And the question I have is, why did we start out at 10 million? Who came up with that, why it was negotiated the way it was, because from my point of view, developers should be paying us, not us funding them. I don't know how that works, but that's the way it worked when anybody wants to connect to our water lines, you pay a fee. And I don't know how we prevent that from happening in the future when a developer comes to us, but certainly we should never be in a position to have to be paying out money for them to develop property that they're going to make a profit off of, and we're going to be paying out of our pockets in taxes. So that was my second comment. And the other comment I have is just about a property out on South Pemberton Road, former country house property. Sitting there for months now. Nothing seems to be going on. The fence has been there for forever, and they've put black plastic around it so you can't see directly behind it. But I'd like to know what's happening with that property. It was a valuable commercial property at one point. I don't know what's going on with it, but I thought I would ask. And to follow on with that, curiosity, we now have the weed dispensary in town. And just past that is an open property with a shack on it. And that's my time. I'd like to know what's going on with that because it's been there for, I don't know how long, a couple of years it looks like.
All good questions, Mr. Fallon. I'm going to do what I can. On the first one, I'm assuming you're talking about our previous mayor's expenses.
Whose name shall be unnamed at this point. But
You can Oprah request anything that has been finalized through the courts, and they'll be glad to give you what you need to get. We still have a few cases pending that we cannot speak on, but I'm sure you can get those numbers by putting in an Oprah request for what has been settled so far. As on the water bond issues, as far as KHOV, yes, we did, past administration made a bad deal. That's all I can say about that. We renegotiated that deal down to where we're not going to be paying anywhere near as much. And the reason for the bonding is because even though the developer is paying us, they're paying us in stages, and we have to show that we have the money to start the work. And we will get a majority of that money back. As to anything else, the country house, I'm going to turn you over to our,
Rose, the expert on that, right?
With the country house, they are under a stop work order currently, that administration gave them because they were in violation of their development deal. They were doing things they shouldn't have been doing. So that's where we are with that right now.
so it's basically at a standstill?
Correct.
What were they going to do?
You have more details, right?
So they were trying to build a warehouse without prior approvals. So I issued the stop work order when I was the community development director. They are currently before the zoning board. Their case has not been heard yet because the review's not complete, but they do want to do indoor storage of multi-vehicles and things like that. So it's a little complex, but right now they're trying to seek the use variance. If they get the use variance, they then have to go for the site plan approval and get, obviously, the county approval and soils conservation and everything else.
Wonderful.
You're welcome.
Regarding the cost, is someone there actually going to be able to pull together the attorney fees and costs? Because I'm sure your firm didn't do it for free.
that was done through the insurance companies, attorneys and stuff. I'm not sure how close to the number they'll be able to get, I know they'll be able to give you the settlement amounts and probably a good portion of the legal fees, but
Okay.
I don't know, how close, but any of that stuff that has been finalized is available through an Oprah request. All right?
Okay, all right. I thought maybe someone was tallying it up because of what had happened.
Yeah, you know, I was keeping an eye on things, but, you know, there's been so many, and they're spread out over the last couple of years, so I don't have a good accurate amount. Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, councilman, mayor, and administration, and everyone else, and residents. Good evening. My name is Millie Tuchez, and I live at 23 Leland Street. I only have a few questions because I know that our agenda is pretty long tonight. So my first question has to do with Resolution 74, 2026. Termination of shared services agreement with Chemung for tax assessment. I know that this affects or could potentially affect our property taxes. So my questions are, why is the agreement being terminated? What will replace it? And will cost increase? That's the first one. The second one, and I'm only asking these questions because we have committed to, collectively, we've committed to transparency and being able to keep the residents informed. So, Resolution 79, 2026, consenting to appointing of Orrin R. Thomas IV as part-time purchasing agent. So I have some questions, and only because there have been some issues in the past where questions have arisen. How did we come to decide on this person? What were the criteria? What were the qualifications? So I'm going to ask, what qualifications and certificates does Mr. Thomas hold? Is he a qualified purchasing agent? Is that required under New Jersey law? Why part-time? Is this cost-saving or temporary? Resolution 80, 2026, appointment of Kenneth C. Gerber as Community Development Director. Also the same questions. What qualifications does Mr. Gerber hold? Planning license, AICP certification, municipal land use experience? What was the selection process? Has he previously worked for the township or any other township in this capacity? Those are my questions for tonight.
Very good questions. Millie, I'm going to take a shot at the very first one, the tax assessor. The reason we're ending that shared service, he is retiring, and in order for us to go out and look for a new tax assessor, we have to sever the contract with this one right now. Cost, at this time, we don't know.
Okay.
You know, we have to, you know, get people interested in it and see. Hopefully, we can save some money, but, you know,
Hopefully.
we really don't know at this point in time. It's a part-time job. You know, the one right now works, he's supposed to be here 16 hours a week. You know, so it'll probably be about the same amount of time. On your next question, the qualified purchasing agent, we had a temporary agreement with this individual. We do have to have a qualified purchasing agent under state law. He does have all the, you know, qualifications. We were hoping that we were going to have somebody in-house to take that over. That's why it was only a temporary thing, but the person's still working on their schooling right now, so we're extending that contract for another 6 months. We only need somebody to do it on a part-time basis, you know. And the last one, anybody else want to take 80? The mayor?
I will take this one, and that was about our new, excuse me, community development director. Mr. Gerber is retired law enforcement. He served as the administrator and director of public safety at the city of Beverly. He has done security work. I'm reading his resume. I'm playing on my phone. So when we had interviewed Mr. Gerber, you know, we took the totality of his experience, the fact that he was already an administrator in a township and director of public safety, and the law enforcement, so he'll be an asset to assist Chief Glass, and, just as a sounding board, if you will. Those were really the qualifications that pushed him over the edge. But yeah, that's it. The other resumes that we had for this job didn't even met none of the qualifications.
That's good. So we all know, and I do have two questions I forgot that I wanted to ask. The master plan, I understand, had to be redone. And where are we with that?
Our engineer is going to take control of that one.
It's gonna have to, sorry, that one's not even working. Oh, thank you. Okay, good. So the planning board is working on the master plan. We should be reviewing the revised version, I want to say either at our March or April meeting. But I don't have an exact date on that, but the update is in process right now.
And the last question, our fiscal year-end audit. Do we have a date for that? And do we already have an outside auditor assigned for that?
You have that, Candace?
It won't reach over there.
Oh, no, now they're on.
It should be working now. He plugged it in, yep.
So we do have the fiscal year 2024 audit. I believe that is scheduled to go on to the March 4th meeting. The 2025 is not statutorily required until June of 2025, and a lot of time that gets extended due to state guidelines and local finance notices. We are required to have a registered municipal accountant, an RMA, that is appointed every year. This year, ours is Bowman, similar to last year.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Millie. Good questions. Mr. Costa, okay.
How's everybody doing tonight? All right. First and foremost, my name is Alexander Costa. I live at 2950 Route 70. Before I even begin on the agenda, I just wanted to say this meeting marks 1 year since we started live streaming our township council meetings, so the 1 year milestone has already hit. It also is the 1 year milestone since those gates and that very sad railing was installed against me. It was, just so horrible. All right, 71, 2026, and 72, 2026. How many members will be appointed, and which council members will be appointed to these committees? Or will the mayor be appointed to any of these committees, or is he sitting on both of these committees? The second one, which Ms. Tuchez already got me answered, which was 74, 2026, so we don't have to touch that. Thank you, Ms. Tuchez. 76, 2026, what is the amendment to the shared services agreement? 77, 2026, how much is the grant going to be, and when do we expect to apply for it? And 78, 2026, how much is the contract with Lou Environmental Services, and how long will the terms of the contract be valid for? For new business, my question is for the antifreeze removal, is this general maintenance? Does it have to be replaced every year, or is this just a one-time thing? And number two, my question is for the baseball, that's going to be going across the street, right, for the baseball field? Right, okay. And you know how we like to talk about the bill list. How much is the bill list for this week? And everybody's favorite part of the agenda, Alex's questions and comments. My first question is, do we know when the council will be voting on a resolution to put on the ballot a change for this form of government? My second one is a statement. Mr. Ward, thank you for your comments about the leaf machine towards the end of the meeting. I didn't know it takes 3 years to get a leaf machine, so we should apply for it immediately and get 3, maybe 4. And The last one, which, Harry, you should be very happy, because somebody did go and write all the charges for the last few years of how much litigation and lawsuit settlement costs have been. That's how much it's cost the town. The town has incurred a cost of $572,199.95. With the insurance coverage, that cost comes to $2,145,000. If we did not have the insurance, the township would be on the hook for $2,717,199.95. That's a lot of money. Because this money is such grand in totality, it proves the point that the form of government we're in needs to be changed. One man was able to rack up the bill to $2,145,000. That's because we had insurance. But if we didn't have the insurance, the total cost would have been $2,717,199.95. So thank God we had the insurance. We can never let this happen again. This is why we need to change our form of government. Will you guys have on the agenda for the next meeting in March a resolution to put on the agenda to change the form of government? Yes or no? And that's it.
Thank you, Alex. Chris, I'm going to start you off first. Can we have that for the next meeting?
Absolutely. I already prepared an ordinance. It's done by ordinance.
Oh, it's ordinance, okay.
Okay, and I already prepared the ordinance. I will certainly take another look at the ordinance. I don't think there needs to be any revisions, but it's just a matter of preference by the governing body. Certainly, you're making a request now. The necessity of having it on the ballot would require the governing body to adopt the ordinance prior to the printing of ballots. So there's a cutoff time period. I don't know exactly when it is. Certainly, the
I think it's August.
clerk's office in Burlington County, it's sometime in August. You're absolutely correct. So the governing body has up until that point in time to enact the ordinance. Whether there's any benefit to enacting it now, I'm not so sure. I mean, there was an argument that can be made that it commits the governing body, at least from a policy standpoint. Ordinances can be repealed prior to the deadline of submitting the ordinances. And there's nothing more that can be done until the ordinance is adopted and on the ballot. No commissioners to the Charter Study Commission could be made because they're elected at that time in a November election. So the work of a committee wouldn't start
Till next year.
until next year, correct. So there's an advantage of time, or perhaps a disadvantage of time, depending upon what your perspective is. But I just want to make sure that we're not missing any deadline should the governing body proceed with adopting an ordinance now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alex, I could help you out with 71 and 72. You were asking who from council is going to be on the ad hoc committee.
Yes, and will the mayor also be on these committees?
It's going to be Mr. Harper,
Oh, okay,
Mr. Dewey, and the mayor.
okay.
All right. 72, your economic and business development. That will be Harry Harper. Sure. It's going to be Mr. Dewey, Mr. Harper, and the mayor will be on that for the ad hoc committee. Then you have Mr. Harper.
You can give them the whole list if you want.
Oh, sure, if you want it. Absolutely, I'll be happy to.
Give them the whole list.
Aside from those three, you'll have Rosemary Flaherty as a liaison, Mrs. Patricia Everett for the administrator, Joseph Amison as a member, and Tracy Riccardelli as the other member.
And that's for 71?
That is for 71, yes, sir.
All right.
For 72, you have Ms. Wenger. I hope I don't butcher this name. Ian Mascara as the PTHS, the high school FBLA student, that's going to be on there. We have one non-resident business owner that hasn't been named yet, and Mr. Harper.
All right, thank you.
And Alex, that committee is a 7-member committee. The other members are Mrs. Reynolds, Deb Skipper, Eric Howen, and Rick Brown.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. 76, what's the amendment to the shared services agreement?
The amendment to the shared services agreement. We've been in this agreement with the county since 2022 to conduct the Operation Helping Hands program in the town where officers go out with recovery specialists. So the agreement itself, it's not to exceed $15,000, and it extends the agreement through the end of this year, so December 31, 2026.
All right, thank you.
And 77, Alex, that is a grant that comes to us every year through the state. The state filed a lawsuit against the opioid companies, and there was a settlement, and they divide that up between the counties and the municipalities. Without looking, I believe we got like 13,000 this year.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harper, that's incorrect, where the money comes from.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We did get money from that
Oh, this
opioid
is a
settlement.
different- this is a different one?
We've been getting this TAG grant, which is the Township Alliance Group, for, I think, as long as I've been here. So that's a
Okay.
long time.
I stand corrected, I'm sorry. I thought it
But we
was the...
did, we did get some of that opioid
Yeah,
settlement money.
okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. All right,
78,
sure, if you can, Charles,
Okay.
go right ahead.
You had asked what the cost to the township would be of this, of accepting the Lou Environmental Services.
yes.
According to their own agreement, there is no direct fee to the municipality from Lou. All fees are billable and payable to the property owner.
All right, thank you.
I was reading into that too, and administration, I'm going to assume we just have to authorize and hire the company that's going to do this for us, right? But we pay nothing for that.
So we had them last year, and this is, the lead inspection is a state mandated requirement, and every inspection they do, they pay the $10 to the state on behalf of the township. So it's, they did a great job last year. We're just trying to continue because we have to have everybody registered and inspected by 27.
Thank you, Ro.
All right, for new business, are these two things,
Oh, the antifreeze, yes. Tom, you want to jump on that one? Glad you're here.
Thank you, sir. This is not a one-time expense, but it's not one that comes up very often. The sprinkler systems, fire suppression systems in the buildings are inspected annually. There's very specific UL code list requirements through NFPA code requirements that specify the concentration of antifreeze and type that's in your suppression system. As it gets tested year after year, if it degrades over time to a certain level, then it has to be replaced. Last time it was replaced was in February of '22. The most recent testing a month or so ago shows that it's degraded again below the allowed level, so we have to replace it. So it looks like it's probably a 3 or 4 year cycle that this would have to happen.
all right, thank you.
Yep.
And how much is the bill list?
I believe
I
it's...
can take this
There
one.
we go. Candace, thank you for being here.
So it's $4,252,846.57. A little over $2 million of that goes to the school systems.
All right, thank you. Were you shocked with the numbers?
No, I knew somebody would have it. And now Mr. Fallon doesn't need to file an Oprah request. He can just get it from you.
Alex, isn't it funny how fast you get questions when you have people here to answer them? Otherwise, those questions would have gone to Mr. Hornicle or your previous mayor. They would have bounced off the correct department heads, and we'll get back to you. You'll get your answer in several days if you get one. You get them in 30 seconds.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, I'm trying to bring something up. Okay, my name is Vicki Adams. On the 613 Sandra Drive. I haven't been able to be here the last couple of weeks because of illness. I do have several questions. I did come in when Miss Millie was up here asking, but I really didn't hear some of the answers. For the community developer, does this gentleman, whose name is, so I'll make sure I say it correctly, Kenneth Gerber, does he have a planning license, a planner's license? From what I understand, that's required by the state. Okay, I want to know if he has that. And the experience that the mayor had said, if I'm not mistaken, was that he was in leadership and that he was a firefighter or chief of police or something like that. To me, that's nothing to do with community development. Community development is about construction, it's about those types of things. I want to know specifically what this person has to do with the code enforcement office, because that's what this person oversees, and stuff like that. I want to know how much they're getting paid. And also I want to know, why didn't we hire somebody from town? You know, did anybody reach out to Mark Remsa and see if he wanted to come back? He did a great job for us. Also, the same questions go for the person that you guys are hiring for the purchasing agent. There is a requirement that that purchasing agent have a license. Does he have that license? Okay, how much are you paying him? You know, we have this new list you want it. Where does he fall on this new list that you're hiring? Is he going to be on the low end? I mean, it's a lot of money. Even for the low end of things, it's a lot of money for these people. I want to know. Also, just brought up about 78, which was about the lead thing. This is no direct cost to the township, but to the property owners. Again, we're making the property owners. There's a lot of things in this agenda tonight that put a lot of money on the property people of this town and the citizens of this town. Not just the agenda, but the ordinances. And I'm very concerned about what is happening there. I'm not going. I can go to the ordinances later, correct? Yes. Okay, so I'll deal with that later. So I'd just like the answer to these few questions that I said about these 3 items.
If I can start,
Go ahead.
Harry, about
Go ahead.
the LEW Environmental Services, you're talking about the cost being put on, that is for rental units, okay? So we have some rental units in this town that have lead-based paint still in them.
That's fine.
So the lead-based paint to the residents who are renting those properties.
The residents
yeah,
don't pay it. It's
the financial
landlords.
responsibility falls on the property owners
Okay,
to have their
okay.
places safe. That's just common sense there. You know,
Okay.
we got to make sure our residents are safe first.
Okay, I agree, thank you.
And on the QPA, yes, he is fully licensed and
The
certified.
QPA is,
A qualified purchasing agent.
Okay.
Okay, and the contract is for $750 a month. We have to have one by law. We don't need a full-time person. And the reason we have this contract is we're waiting for one of our people in the office to finish classes, and hopefully they can take over. Yeah, that's why it's only a
So
short-term.
it's $750 a month?
A month, yes.
Yes, if I can add to that, he is not only qualified with a license, he also teaches the classes for the license. He came recommended from our previous QPA, and just want to, we're not mandated by the state to have one. It's not a mandatory position. However, it is mandated if we want to do certain, have certain thresholds in purchasing.
Okay, but I'm looking at this, I just did the math on that, $758 a month makes it $9,000. The threshold on here for the qualified purchasing agent that you guys have as the proposition going forward, a minimum of $5, a maximum of $10,000. This is a part-time person who's making $1,000 less than the maximum.
And that says, I believe, in-house, I believe that's
So
it?
that would be for the in-house, and that would only be for stipend. Through research, because we did look at what a QPA for this size town would mandate. You have to understand this size town does a lot more bidding than some of the smaller towns. Most QPAs wouldn't even walk in the door for $10,000. So he's actually giving us a discount, understanding that he is mentoring and teaching the person that will eventually in-house be taking over
Okay,
this
do we
position.
have a selection for that person that he's mentoring and teaching?
We do.
And do you want to share that with us?
I don't know if I'm allowed to share their name.
Well, apparently you've already hired them, if you're teaching them.
They're already an employee. This would be an additional task that they would be taking on as an additional license, so it's not an additional
So
employee.
once that person is taught, is this person's wage then going to go down?
No, that would be
Well,
an
then I think
additional,
this is
it would be an
ridiculous,
additional
guys.
amount of money for the
$10,000,
license.
$9,000 for somebody who is only here part-time.
No, that person is a full-time employee.
No, this person is a part-time employee that you are hiring.
Okay, so.
Vicky, I just think there was a little bit of confusion because you're going back and forth
No,
between,
she's-
hold on.
I know what I'm saying.
Right, but
Okay, so if
I kept up with you, maybe she didn't because she was trying to answer.
Right.
You're going back and forth between the part-time employee that we currently have and the full-time employee that we're trying to
Right.
get to pass their license so that they can take over the position under a different pay
And
scale.
I understand that.
But
But
she-
I just asked if the part-time, if the person that is teaching right now that we're getting ready to hire was gonna go down in pay once this person is taught. And the answer was no.
I believe he would be vacated.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the QPA would be done once
So
we
how
have the
long of a
qual.
process is this gonna be? Because we're paying $9,000 for 1 year of a person, in my opinion, that should not be getting that. He's part-time. He's not gonna be coming in here part-time doing this and then giving you extra time to teach. He's coming in here to do both of them.
No, he teaches the class, that's a
He
whole
teaches the
separate
class
thing.
on his own time, ma'am.
Yes,
What
that's a
she was
whole
trying to tell you was she was trying to embellish the fact that not only is he qualified, he actually teaches the class for those who want to do the position that he has.
Okay, so that is above and beyond. I still think it's not. It's money we don't have to spend, guys. I mean, he should be hired on the low end of things. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm ready for the rest of the answers.
What's the other one you have?
On the
Oh,
community developer, do they have the planner's license? And what other actual community development qualifications do they have? And I'm not talking about police chief, I'm not talking about leadership, I'm talking about in the community development.
all right, well,
I can just note off the top of, just to lay it out, it is not a requirement that you need to have a planner's license to
That's
be.
not true.
That is true.
Okay, I will look that up again, but I have been informed and I have read that they have to have a planner's license to be a community developer.
That is
Okay,
not true.
so give me the qualifications of this person in community development then.
Community development directors oversee public safety, health, and welfare. That's what
So,
they
but
do,
you,
they oversee it.
didn't you oversee construction and code enforcement also?
That's public safety, health, and welfare through the
Okay,
UCC
but this person
code.
has no qualifications in that, and this person is taking your position.
This
correct
person
or not?
was a director.
Excuse me, I'm talking to her at the moment. That person is taking over your position, and they don't have the qualifications to do that?
I believe they do have the qualifications, Ms. Adams. I actually looked at all the applications again today, and I would have picked the same person. Mr. Gerber is the best qualified applicant that applied.
Okay, and I want to
Well, I
know,
believe we had this conversation before also. Didn't you advise me, ma'am, that of all the applications we got, there were no township residents?
Not any township residents that had any qualifications.
Thank you.
well, apparently he doesn't have any either, besides being the police chief.
That's a really
Okay,
good
that's-
qualification.
That is not a good, that is
They
not.
oversee
pertinent.
public safety, health, and welfare. The
There
chief of
is-
police is probably the
there
best
is-
person.
There is other people that can be trained and can learn as they go, as you know that. And you chose to bring somebody in who doesn't have the qualifications. I want to know what this person is getting
Vicky,
paid.
your questions have been answered. and-
No, they haven't. The
What-
payroll has not been answered on this one.
Well,
All right.
we cannot even announce the payroll unless we've approved them.
Okay, well, at the end of the evening tonight, when you announce whether or not well, we need to know what you're gonna pay him, because we wanna know if we're gonna tell you yes or no to him. That doesn't even make sense. You told me about the other guy what you're giving him, but you won't tell me about him? It must be pretty astronomical.
Well, hold on a
You just
minute,
told
hold on.
me about Oren.
Vicky, we can't keep going back and forth
No,
about this.
your guys are leaving things out. You are being sneaky here.
Mr. Mayor, are we able to release, you had an offer letter, Chris?
Okay, go ahead.
So let me start off with Mr. Garber is qualified for this position. He was a director of public safety and a town administrator in Beverly. And the offer letter included a base salary of $115.
Guys, that's up towards the top end of things. I thought we were saving money. I thought we were gonna stop jumping up to here. You guys got mad at Jack because he kept jumping up. He gave the recreation guy a high amount, and you guys all jumped down his throat. That he did that, but yet you're doing that. Thank
Vicky-
you for showing your true colors.
Thank you, Vicky. Anyone else for public comment?
Where do you live? 61 Gladiola Street, Gladillu.
Okay, I have to say that.
Shelby Beatty, 61 Gladiola Street. I just have a short thank you to say on behalf of my Girl Scout troop. First, I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, first of all. So when most people think of Girl Scouts, they think of Girl Scout cookies. But it's honestly so much more than that for our troop and for all of our surrounding troops. For the past 13 years, we've been selling cookies together. And through that process, we've learned responsibility, teamwork, leadership, and perseverance. We've learned how to set goals, manage money, speak to adults with confidence, and support one another when things didn't go as planned. Cookie sales don't just fund our trips, they help to shape who we are. This summer, after we graduate, our troop will take on our very last trip to Iceland. It will be our final adventure as a troop, and a celebration of everything we've worked towards since we were little girls standing outside grocery stores with order forms. This trip represents growth and independence and the bonds that we've built through Girl Scouts. It is a reminder that when girls are supported and trusted with responsibility, they rise to the occasion. Thank you for your support of Girl Scouts, for supporting cookie programs, and for believing in what girls can accomplish when they're given the opportunity. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. This is Tracy Riccadelli. How you doing tonight? All right, first I want to say that last time I was here, I asked about the road to get fixed, and they were there today, and they fixed it. And thank you so much for doing that. And I really didn't expect it because of all the snow, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be a while. But as soon as the water went, they were there and they fixed it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So my next thing is, everybody's over here, we're all talking about how much money's going out. My question is, back into the past, how much is coming in? I know at the last meeting it was said that CELDAT, they were behind in their taxes. The last administration was up here stating that we needed to have a pot store. We were gonna make so much money. My question is, how much money are we bringing in? Did it work out? Are we bringing in money? Because I know everybody's getting upset because of all the money that's going out. But if we know how much money is coming in, I mean, are we, you know what I mean? Are we down below where we should be? Is the money they're bringing in, is it helping us? Like, are they up to date? That kind of thing I'm asking. That was it. Yeah, just simple.
Candace, what can you tell us about the dispensaries?
So at this point, we only have one dispenser that has brought in money. And within their first year, it's been about $35,000 that they've brought in. We cannot utilize that as the anticipated revenue until we have an average, which typically takes about 3 years. So it does come in and it gets put as what we call a miscellaneous revenue, which can be used as surplus. And then in the future, you know, if it gets larger, we can start to anticipate it in future budgets to offset expenses.
Okay. And
To
what about
answer your other
CELDAT?
question, now that we finally have a BA, our BA is on top of it. We had conversations this week, and as far as CELDAT goes, she is extremely on top of it. So we are working in the right direction with them.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't see. Okay, my name is Dave LeVay. I live at 506 Monroe Avenue in Edgewater Park, New Jersey. I'm not here from Edgewater Park. I'm here to represent the AARP Driver Safety Program. We've been around since 1979, but unfortunately, due to COVID, we had to take a respite. So we're back. And we're looking to expand in southern New Jersey. When I say southern New Jersey, the particular areas that our zone is Burlington, Camden, and Gloucester County, which is pretty big. The purpose of the program is to keep older Americans independent, safe, healthy, and confident on the road. Although the program's aimed to those 50 and above drivers, any licensed driver is able to attend. Now, we're looking for hosts in the area. Hosts are people that can hold the class in their facility. It can be a bank, a hospital, municipal authority, houses of worship, senior center, adult communities, corporations, libraries, community service centers, VFWs, law offices, insurance offices, etc. And what does it cost you to host? Nothing. All you need is a room like this with a TV that we can plug our laptop or our DVD in or our USB drive, and the room can accommodate up to 25 people. They say you can do a larger class, but as an instructor, I prefer 25. You get more than 25 people in a classroom. It goes off the rails. There's some advantages to it. Good community engagement, delivers an award-winning program, it's goodwill for your organization, it's a valuable service to your community, and it promotes your organization if you're a private organization. The AARP provides trained instructors, course materials, and promotional materials. The course itself is 6 hours long, and that's required by the Motor Vehicle Commission, not by AARP or me. It can be done in 1 day or 2 days, either on weekends, evenings, or weekdays, whatever your choice is. The cost to attend the program is for AARP members is $20 and $25 for non-members. The benefits of taking the program, you get discounts on car insurance for 3 years. The state mandates 5%. The 5%, check with your insurance company. Some give it on the entire policy, some on the 3 areas that they're required. I think it's PIP, liability, and something. I forget what it was. And you can get 2 points off your license. So if anybody has any points, they'll take 2 points off. They don't bank them, so don't leave the class thinking you got 2 points to burn. And it also makes you aware of your driving skills. And we'd also like, if you have any community events like senior expos or community days or whatnot, to attend so we can help promote this program. As I said, it's kind of been inactive for 5 years. We had one instructor, lives in Swedesboro. He's not coming to Pemberton. He does 3 or 4 classes a year down there. Now we've got 4 instructors. One lives rather local in Chemung, Randy Pelmani. And we have 3 in training, so we're going to be able to do a lot more. So if you're interested, I have some brochures here. And if you're not, well, thank you for your time.
David, tonight's your lucky night. We just happen to have our Director of Senior Services sitting over there, Mr. Kendall Brunson. If you give him your information, I'm sure he'll work with you on that. Yeah, thank you for coming, and I'll see if I can attend the course. Oh.
You qualify.
I'm a senior, I qualify.
Hello, how are you tonight? Okay, my name is Ron Stone. I've been at my present property for 48 years now, since 1978, 238 Fort Dix Road. I'm no newcomer to Pemberton. I was born and raised here. I graduated here, okay? First thing I'd like to do is give a congratulations to the new mayor, and the second to our new BA, which I kind of take with a grain of salt, because although we gain a BA, we lost a very important individual in another department. As far as matters that I've heard tonight, being in law enforcement is not a qualification for that position. I'm sorry, I'm ex-law enforcement, it is not, okay? To include the zoning qualification on that requires by state a construction background, which I doubt if your law enforcement officer has. So you might want to check on that, okay? Especially before he starts a position, okay? Unfortunately, we got into an early debate here which I'll be continuing as a formal matter. We had, I understand that the ordinance was cut out a couple meetings ago, mandating 100-foot from a pipeline to having to hook up, okay? As part of that, it was said that if you're selling a property, the seller had to hook up to the pipeline before the property was sold. That's illegal. Okay? New Jersey, NJSA 40:55D-8, which is New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law, MLUL. Specifically, any non-conforming use, structure existing in the time of passage, that land is covered by that grandfather law, not the individual. So that land is grandfathered whether I sell it or not. And that individual does not have to go in that pipeline. I will be starting a petition in Fort Dix Road where I live, Arnie's Mount Road, and North Pemberton Road, which are going to be surrounding that Greenberg land. Okay? Because all of those individuals are eligible to be grandfathered, long before you guys do any of this nonsense. Okay? If that's the fact, then you're wasting $80,000 to run a pipeline for nothing. In addition to that, the water that you're talking about pumping out there is from Pemberton Borough, where for decades they've complained about that water being high in sulfur and smelling like rotten eggs. Where's the safe water study from the state of New Jersey? I've yet to see one. I have an Oprah request in requesting the plans for the pipeline. I'm told by the young lady there is none. I was told by Mr. Doyle tonight that those plans for the Greenberg land has been out for years. Somebody needs to find out and honor this Oprah request. It's a legal request. It has to be given by law. Okay? Almost. Okay? A lot of things I'm watching recently come out of this committee and the zoning committee. Okay? And don't get me wrong, you guys do an excellent job. Okay? But to vote on and try to approve a matter without a plan is against your ethical codes. Which, by the way, we're going to get into that. I'll put in a separate Oprah request requiring copies of all the ethical commissions. Because when I checked with the state, none of you are registered. Okay? I was told by Mr. Doyle that all of you were. Okay? I went through this with Rosemary when I gave her paperwork on this before. My list is accurate. And it is by the state of New Jersey. Okay? To be on these committees, all of you guys not only need to go through the online studies, but you have to do the paperwork to be approved by the state of New Jersey. Or you're not legal to be up here.
All right, Mr. Stone, first thing I want to say before you waste shoe leather and time, if you more carefully read that ordinance that we just approved at the last meeting, it stated that only new housing have to hook up to the water line. Only new construction have to hook up to the water line.
Understood.
Okay, well,
But someone's going to sell them that land, and that land is covered.
But a statement you just made a little while ago, sir, said you were covering all homeowners if they sell their home. That's not the case. New construction. Land isn't grandfathered. If you buy the land has been here since the dinosaurs. So you can't grandfather the land for that.
And by this code,
But if you
the state of New
build,
Jersey says the land is covered.
if you build new construction,
The building
it's
is.
obviously going to be built on old land. You're not going to bring in new
The
land, right?
building is not covered, the land is.
Okay. And to clarify our discussion, wasn't a disagreement, it was a discussion prior to council meetings starting. I told you that the plans for the Greenberg Farm itself, the development, KHAV, have been out for years. I didn't say the water. To pay for a plan for the water to get to there, we have to approve the water first. Otherwise, there's no place for the money to come from to pay for the plans to get the water there.
And you want to do that with a bond so that we all owe for it.
If you heard at the beginning of the meeting, when we walked into this was a prior administration, okay? So this is something that was dropped on the administration and the council that's here now, sir. It started out as a taxpayer's toll of $12 million. You were paying for everything for that development. When this gentleman to my right and his predecessor came in, they got $12 million down to $2 million.
We're not supposed to be paying any of it.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you. I will shake your hand and high five you right now, sir, because we're in agreement. But it's not our decision. It was a decision made by a previous administration and mayor that shook hands and signed on the dotted line that we are now stuck with, and they're no longer here. The only thing you face by not honoring the agreement at the $2 million cost now is more millions of dollars in lawsuits, and then guess what they're going to do after they milk us dry? They're going to build it anyway.
Don't give them the water.
Thank you, sir.
If you don't send that pipeline through, they can't do anything. Not only that, but
Thank
you
you,
have to
Mr. Stone.
fight, you have to pay,
Your
pass
time
that
is
state
up, Mr.
inspection
Stone.
to
Thank
even
you.
be able to do that. What is the, online, I saw that this was a meeting that issue was being brought up. Tonight, I was being told it is not. What meeting is that being brought
It's on
up?
the agenda, sir. There's an agenda in the back. Did you read that for the ordinances? The water,
I have all the paperwork.
that it's on there.
What
Stay
is the
tuned.
date, what is the date that it's being voted on?
Tonight.
Tonight.
Stay tuned.
Yep. Thank you for your time, sir.
Marie Reynolds, Horizon Road, Browns Mills. I
Hello,
just want
Ms.
to say
Reynolds.
that I would not, I tell you what, I would never consider running for public office, but because you want to do it, and then you sit here and you get beat up by people. Honestly, we should pull back just a little bit and remember the things that have come before this administration. I mean, honestly, people wouldn't even know all the background on anything that's going on now if this council hadn't come in and begun advertising, filming the meetings, live streaming the meetings, letting people know. I mean, what people know now, I mean, I guess it's healthy because we're having discussion about it, because people finally know, but the things that happened behind closed doors with the previous administration put us in this dire situation, and I have to say, I want to say tonight that I'm grateful that we're beginning to pull out of some of this. The Hovnanian development is coming. It's been coming for a dozen years. It wasn't your deal, but it's coming. The shopping center is coming, and I'm glad to see that these things are coming, and I hope that everybody begins to see, along with the questions that we still have from the previous administration, begins to see that we are doing something. These things are finally getting done, and they know they're getting done because of the transparency that you've offered, and I just don't want you to go home feeling totally beat up.
Thanks, Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Appreciate the support.
Thank you, Marie.
You're welcome.
I know. I was here, but I was giving everybody an opportunity to speak first. Good evening, everybody. My name is Marty Graf-Wenger. I'm the proud president of the BMIA. We are the oldest civic organization in town, celebrating 106 wonderful years of community service and dedication. But tonight I'm going to talk about an important topic that affects us all, lake management. I recently attended a meeting with the Environmental Commission where I learned some significant details about our current lake management plan. One alarming point is that we haven't lowered the lake in 2 years. And before that, they were lowered at the wrong times, leading to some troubling conditions. The duckweed in the lake has become so intense that it's challenging to paddle through it. If we want our community to enjoy our beautiful lakes with kayaks, canoes, and paddle boats that we all cherish, we need effective weed management. The proposed spot treatment plan involves entering the yards of residents with lakefront properties or using boats for treatment. This raises concerns, especially as some residents have plants growing along their lake shores they wish to protect. Additionally, this treatment plan comes with a price tag of over $50,000, prompting us to explore better options. Historical practices like lowering the lakes have proven effective in managing weeds without resorting to chemicals. While it may be too late to implement changes for this year, it's essential for us to seek proper advice on the best management strategies moving forward. By investigating the appropriate timing for lowering the lakes and providing advance notice to residents, we can develop a plan that both benefits our ecology and our community. Now let's shift some gears and discuss some exciting upcoming events we have in store for our community. This Sunday, February 22nd at 2 p.m., we will kick things off with our History Expo. This year, we'll feature some very special local guests and provide free refreshments for all attendees. It's a wonderful opportunity to delve into our town's rich history, so don't miss it. And for everybody, that's at the BMIA building this Sunday, 2 o'clock, 40 Arbutus Street. Next, join us for Mardi Gras karaoke sing-along on March 6th at 7 p.m. That's a Friday night. We will have Mardi Gras Mass to give away, and everyone gets beads when they come in. With all of our fun Friday nights, BMI members eat for free, enjoying delicious hot dog, snacks, and drinks. Now, if you're wondering how to become a member, I'm glad you asked. Membership is only $15 per person and $20 per family for an entire year. That's right, just once a year. I do have membership cards with me tonight and everywhere that I go. So if you would like to purchase a membership or renew your membership, feel free to come see me after the meeting. Coffee with a Cop is scheduled for March 22nd at 2 p.m. That's a Sunday. This event will feature our Chief of Police, Glass, discussing community safety and answering the questions you might have. Finally, don't forget about the brunch with the Easter Bunny on Saturday, March 28th at 10 a.m. We will have a photo op with the Easter Bunny, and our special guest, Harvey, from a local bunny rescue here in Browns Mills called Steph's Community Pet Rescue. Come out and meet Harvey and learn all about the wonderful work that Stephanie does for the community. Tickets to that are just $10, and that includes brunch food, and kids under 10 attend for free. I also have tickets with me tonight, so feel free to grab some after the meeting. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's work together to protect our beautiful lakes and celebrate our community.
Thank you, Marty.
My name is Leonard Newhouse. I'm a commercial solar developer and also residential. And I'm here just basically because I've done a number of installs at Presidential Lakes and over the other side there, but I pretty much install all over the state. We're in a major energy crisis, okay? The price per megawatt in the past 3 years auctioned by PJM, who's our regional transmission organization, went from $49 per million kilowatt hours to $320. That's almost an 800% increase in 3 years. So last year, we all got hit with a 20% increase on our bill by JCP&L, June 1st. This year, they're saying the same thing again, except now we had one of the worst winters in years, cold-wise, and natural gas doubled last year, or last week it doubled, and they make up 90% of our fossil fuels used in our generation supply plants. So there's another reason prices are going up again. I know Mikey Sherrill said she's going to put a cap on raising energy costs. It's not going to happen. They're going to hit you with service charges. They're going to hit you with societal benefits, whatever. They're going to look to get their money, even though they're showing $1 billion profit. If you look at the financials of these utility companies, they're all making money, but yet they keep bilking the ratepayers, which are us. Okay, what we can do is, and there's another problem here. The other side of it is Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill took away the federal tax incentives. So as of July 4th of this year, the federal tax incentive for funders. A funder is a bank or a hedge fund who puts the money up to build a project so the municipality does not have any money out of pocket. And I'll basically take your JCP&L bill, I'll cut your bill in half. That's my bottom floor. And if I need an adder, I need to put a new roof on, I need an external structure like a carport, or if I have to put a ground mount in, that would raise the rate a little, but it wouldn't be astronomical. That would be built into the cost of the install. But the point is, the big beautiful bill, as of December, the funders got modified accelerated cost recovery, which is depreciation, and they got a 30% income tax credit. That accounted for 60% of the net cost of the project back in year one. So if they lay out $1 million, they're getting $600,000 back year one on federal tax incentives. And the other side is they're going to get the ratepayer monthly bill, and they're also going to get SRACs. They're able to sell the energy that it produces back to the state for 10 cents a kilowatt hour for 15 years guaranteed. So when you take those income sources back to the funder, these hedgies are making 13 to 15% a year guaranteed on their money by funding the project. Well, as of July 4th, whatever project is not started, it's going to 17% from 60%. Funders are pulling out, they're closing down. And I know this because my funder is closing down, and he's huge. He's done projects all over the country. Because if you're not able to make double digits, it's not feasible. So therefore, my company's name is Riskless Power. Why? When you go solar, the sun is the lowest cost to produce energy. Nobody owns the sun. It's free, none like all these other sources. So we can guarantee you a rate written in stone. You're not going to pay any more, and we're going to maintain the system for 25 years. Based on my early assumptions, you're looking at a $35 million savings over 25 years. You're looking at saving $300,000 a year with no money out of pocket, and I can do all energy efficiency for any lighting that has to be changed out. I can change them all to LEDs free of charge. That's what I'm offering. That's what I do. I've done a number of projects. I've done a hotel in Atlantic City. I've done strip malls. I've done warehouses. I've done trucking companies, whatever. Everybody's happy. Everybody makes money. So I'm here to just say, I'd like to get the process going. Give me a contact, call for an electric bill. I'll give it to the engineers, design team. They tell me how much production the facility can produce. I'll match that up against your usage, and I'll give you a bottom line number. And that's where it goes. And that's why I'm here. Because you're one of the few townships in the whole state that I don't see any solar on. And I'm all over the state. So that's what I like to do, Harry.
All right, thank you. I did give your information to our new BA, and I'm sure she'll be reaching out to you for some more information.
All right,
Okay?
thank you very much. I'd
All right,
love to
thank
help,
you.
believe me. I'm
All right.
making you money. I'm your white knight.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, my cookies, yeah. That's most, no, you got that right. Haven't had them.
All right, anybody else for public comment? Come on up there, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle Foreman. Okay. I was strictly forbidden to come up here and talk about the videos. But I'm going to get a bottom line answer on this. If it kills me, I'll be here every week, every meeting until I get the bottom line answer on this. But I'm not going to tell you who said. Okay. First, I would like to say, as far as the lawsuits, I've been here before, I talked about it before. After a while, I said publicly, this is getting ridiculous. But I'm just going to say something. I don't know who to blame, this, that. But I did say at the Pine Barrens Tribune on April 12th, it says here, Michelle Foreman voiced opposition to the settlement of the Pittman suit, declaring the mayor must pay and let the chips fall where they will. Otherwise, she charged, if he doesn't have to pay, when is he going to change? Okay? So here's the thing. You know, my opinion on the lawsuits right now, I feel some kind of way, but still, you know, I know the residents are saying things, but still, I just want to say that it was the council who said the mayor didn't have to pay the $50,000. If he had to do that the first time there was a lawsuit, you know, maybe he would have treated you girls more respectfully. So I have an issue with that. Just saying, just going to say that. Also, I have things to talk about, but I just want to say, welcome. Good to see you, Ken Gerber, tonight, Mr. Ken Gerber, this evening. Just want to say that before your time with Patriarcha, there was Mr. Gonzalez. You think you had it hard. Boy, people were really giving him a hard time. But I don't know if anybody knew him or not, but he was very helpful to me. He was amazing. He met with me probably 3 times to talk about the program I'm going through with you. I had a 10-page letter. Yeah. I liked him. I love that guy. So I'm just going to say I don't think I should say too much, but I did know Ken Gerber's mother and his wife, and they were 2 of the most beautiful people I ever met in my entire life. And I've known him from 22. When I was 22 years old when I met him and his family. That's what I'm going to say. I don't know all about but if they give you a hard time, hey, I've known this man for a long time. I think you can take it. I'm just going to say this. Okay. I'm not going to go into the history because I've been here before. I'm just going to go into what happened the last time. Amy said that she would do the videos if she was asked to do it. And then you said that you promised to talk to the other council people, which you did not do after that. And I talked to Harry, Josh, and Dan Dewey. You're off the hook. You're off the hook, Perry, just because, not because, well, anyway, because I didn't hear about you. I didn't talk to you about it. I don't know if he talked to you about it either. Okay, my thing is, the last time she said that her computer doesn't do video, okay? It did 2 years ago. I got 2023 in video. I asked, somebody pushed, just the whole thing's not sitting right with me. You did not talk to the council members. I feel like if this was a court of law, this is against my constitution to not get a fair hearing. You know, I just would like an answer. I don't want you to answer a different question like you did last time, because you said it's not in the law that she has to. That's not my question. That's what you said last time. My question was, her computer can't do video today? She has a new video since 2 years ago when she did video before? That's my question.
I thought you said you weren't going to talk about the video tonight.
No, I was told not to, but I've never listened to certain people.
Thanks, Joe, you're fired.
Uh-oh. I didn't tell.
Sure, you feel free.
Mrs. Foreman, I never told you my computer could not do video.
I'll get it on the video. You said, the last meeting, you said that this computer doesn't do video.
I've
It
never
says
said
it.
that.
I'll bring you the video. I'll let everybody listen to it.
So you got
I
video?
said it is not doing video.
I have it on my audio. It says, she said, my computer tonight that I have does not do video.
I said it is not doing video.
Okay, maybe you did. Maybe you
We stopped
did.
doing the videos back
That's
in
good to know.
2023, the last time we discussed this.
Right.
Michelle, again, I'm going to be the bad guy. You know, I'm going to tell you, we're not
First of all,
we're not required
First
by
of all, you
law.
don't have to repeat yourself, because
All
at the
right.
planning and zoning, you don't have to keep repeating yourself.
Okay.
Okay? I just feel like I got a bad deal. I feel like I was told that Mr. Biancanni was going to talk to the council people, and he never did. The next one, it was reorganization meeting. I cut you guys a break and didn't bring it up.
wouldn't have
Although I
changed.
found out there was a economic development committee meeting that was not announced. That I don't understand why those meetings are secret, why the public's not allowed to some of those meetings. I don't think, that doesn't sit right with me. You can say private, public's not invited. I don't like that.
You're entitled to your opinion, Michelle. Thank you very much.
Okay, all I'm going to say is one more thing. Is my time up?
Yeah.
I didn't hear the bell ring. So you're just saying the time's up. I didn't hear the bell ring.
You said you were done.
We shut it off
stopped the
because you
clock.
stopped talking and we started answering your
You
questions.
said you were done. We
But
stopped
did
the
it
clock.
ring?
We stopped
She
it.
stopped it.
Mrs. Foreman, at the time I stopped it, it had 17 seconds left.
Okay, I have 17 seconds to say that they were claiming that they didn't know about the videos. I got handed a video. So they were videoing when they said they weren't. And that was wrong, and they're saying that that wasn't true. But at the meeting, the mayor said, Amy, how long have we known about the meetings being videotaped? And she gave the answer, it was quite a few months. It was in the newspaper, and I think we should have transparency at these meetings. I would like to know one answer. Why are some of the Economic Development Committee's meetings closed to the public? Somebody have an answer for that when you want to be transparent.
I can answer that. They have a regularly scheduled meeting, and then they have a subcommittee meeting that talks about an event they're trying to plan, and that's not open to the public.
Okay, well, just to say the work sessions at the schools are open to the public. Maybe you could reconsider opening them to the public so everybody knows what's going on. So we don't wake up with a warehouse in our backyard or solar panels in our backyard.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Oh, I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, everybody in general. I got several questions, and I see the our head department is here. My fourth question, where I'm going to bring it up, since we got right now two cannabis business in town, I like to know to the business, the VA administrator, how much money that we've been got for the first one we open it up. When I used to attend the meetings, they told us we approved those and will be a lot of money coming in. Can anybody tell me the least a year? You can answer later. Okay, my next question is going to go for the police, for the fire chief, Mr. Agostoni. I got a question. My question is, the cell tower where we have in Presidential Lakes, why the tower doesn't have any signal or any red tape or something on the top? I live a block away from there. Our field is used for helicopter and emergency. And when it's very foggy, do you think a helicopter will be able to see that tower? If there is not light up, there is nothing in there. I beg you to do something about it. We got plenty residents in there. I am a block away from the tower. From my porch, I can see the tower. There is no light, there is nothing on the top. Regardless if that tower is not finished, should be a security on top. As a firefighter, I know. You can answer me when I'm done. Okay, now this is for the business administrator. MUA, where the money goes on it. See, it's a different accountant. And I got for the solid waste, where the money goes on it. And for the taxes, we got plenty houses in Pemberton Township. We should be rich, besides, after they clean us out with the previous administration. We still can have a lot of money. I know where I'm going to come and pay my taxes, how much I pay. Figure out for each house is here. The business administrator can just tell me. And for the, I'm going to bring it up, is anybody here for the public work? Probably they can answer me that question also. The signs, for no litter signs, they were supposed to be put in on Spring Lake Boulevard towards 70. Did they put the signs already? I want to know. And what did I been seeing? And I brought it up to their attention in the other meeting. There is like a warehouse in PL. We do not need warehouse in PL. That's the old lake store. I walk around there the other day. It looked like they've been replaced, the piece of the board, the wood they got there. I know there is a lot of empty houses in there, okay? And I also have, well, the business administrator who ain't answer me a lot of questions. That's what I want to know. How much money? And I know that we don't have enough firefighter to fight a fire in case in the cannabis business is a fire in there. But guess what, Mr. Agustoni? If I was a firefighter for Pemberton Township at this time, and it's a fire in there, and I have a house on fire, guess what? Bye-bye, weeds. I won't even turn around and just go down there, even if you tell me to, I have to go there. That's my responsibility, no. The answer is no. A resin is worth more than the weeds there. Okay, I leave it away. Oh, I have for the recreation department. I got the last question for him, and he can answer me when I'm done. I was approached by one of the residents in Presidential Lakes, where she came to seniors, and she found out that a year they had 16 trips that the township paid for the seniors. But they cut that off in 12 trips. Well, they did their math. They want to know where the money is going on it, since they cut 4 trips for them. And that for the recreation department.
Okay,
And
Ms. Falk,
okay,
your
now
time
I'm
is up.
done.
Okay. Let me go backwards here. I think the recreation department, you wanted to know about the bus trips?
Yes.
We approved, I believe, 10 bus trips this year?
12.
Yeah. What's that?
12. They approve only 12. That's what the lady told me. I just telling you where I got the information.
Yes, so we approved those bus trips this year. They're already scheduled, I believe. But you can, go ahead, Kendall.
Yes, we actually, we approved 12, there was 14 last year. The price went up by $6,000, and that was an exorbitant amount of money. And also for the fact of, like, even for instance, January of this year, with our snowstorm, we weren't able to have that bus trip. So we actually, looking back to, they were having bus trips twice a month, and we actually talked to the recreation, the senior council, and they agreed that they don't necessarily need 2 trips a month. So there's other things that they can put the money to for the dues that the seniors pay to do other events outside of the bus trips.
Okay, and as far as the dispensary money, I think that was answered earlier. We had the one for 1 full year. We made $35,000, but it's their first year. The other one hasn't even been opened yet, a week. So that answers that question. Chief Augustoni isn't here tonight to answer any of your questions about the firefighter. No.
Any firefighter can answer that.
The cell tower, as far as having a light on it, I don't know. I'm sure if it's required by law.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
As a
well,
firefighter, I know better than that.
I'll check on that for you. And then you had a question about solid waste.
Yes, where the money goes. All this money.
Goes to the landfill, the county-run landfill. What do you mean?
Where the money goes. Everybody pay $300 some a year.
We spend on average, I think I just looked at the budget today, $1.3 million last year for dumping fees. That's what it costs for dumping, and I believe our trash contract is around $2 million, Candace?
No, our trash contract's about another 1.4. This year, we estimate the tipping fees to also be about 1.4. And then, of course, you have minimal salaries associated with somebody who is handling the solid waste as well.
Okay.
So that's all appropriated in the current fund, and then we bring in the solid waste fees as a revenue to offset that against your taxes.
Okay, so about $2.7 million is going out just in fees. Yeah, that's where it goes.
Okay, what happened with the water money? Yeah, a lot of people pay a lot of money for the water. I'm lucky. I got my well.
Okay.
That money goes in one, they have a different account.
Candace, you have an answer for that? Where money goes? Explain that.
I mean, the money goes to maintenance of the water lines as well. I believe this was acquired in, I don't know if is Tom back there, in 2020. To my understanding, the water lines needed maintenance on it. They were appropriating that directly out of the fees. The fees were only raised a few years ago. So we are still working up the way for it to be a self-liquidating utility.
All right, thank you, Candace.
Okay, and I had one question, the fire chief is here, the police chief is here. I got something for him. This is for Chief Glass. I'd like to know, what are the requirements for your code enforcement?
The police chief doesn't run code enforcement. That's run by community development.
Okay, whoever run the code enforcement, you tell me what kind of requirement that person needs.
Do you have any answer for that, Ro?
So the code enforcement officers are trainees for 1 year, and they're shadowed with their superior. And they're taught about the code and everything. You need a driver's license. It's all on civil service under the job title specifications. But if you would like, Mrs. Phillips, I can get you a copy of it. But they do have to be a trainee for 1 solid year before they can actually be a code enforcement officer.
Well, I just hope that those code enforcement who works in here, they can tell the difference between the kind of weeds or the grass we got in here and flowers and all that, and I leave you that way.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Just to piggyback off what Ms. Phillips says, how many code enforcement officers do we have now, and how many are we looking to have total?
We have.
Ask all your questions first, Joe.
Okay.
All right, no problem.
Why we got to do it like that? Why you just answer the damn question? That's the form of government. We got to change that shit right there.
That cuts into your 5 minutes.
Jeez, Christ. Okay, I wanted to ask where we at with the shopping center? Any movement on it? And who owns the property now? Is the township still own the property, or does the new developer own the property now? Have they signed the papers? Who's paying for that demolition? Is the township paying for that demolition? The other questions I had, is there any other new businesses coming into town that maybe we don't know about yet, or you're allowed to talk about? Anything along Juliustown Road? What's happening with that site where the Browns Mills Emergency Squad building is? Is that going to stay completely empty like that? Is there any plans in the works for that? Where are we at on the Tractor Supply? Are they completely pulled out? Or is there another spot where they might think about putting a store? That's about it. I had some questions for Mr. McNulty, but I don't think I want to go there yet. I mean, I live on a dirt road. and I know I've asked this question about the road grader. Does anybody run that road grader? Could I get my road graded this year? I haven't seen that road grader come down that dirt road in over 5 years. And I saw a brand new one out here at the car show you had out here, the Touch and Feel, whatever. Brand new, pretty road grader. Does anybody ever run it, or? That's about
That it? Yeah.
That's about it. I'm going to keep harping about that road grader till I see it coming down my road.
Okay, Joe. Ro, you want to take first shot there?
Okay, so we have 2 full-time code enforcement officers and currently 2 part-time code enforcement officers. They're paid under the UCC trust.
Okay.
As far as the uptown, we still own the property. Our lawyers, both theirs and ours, are working on the contract. I believe we're looking at a mid-March signing of that, agreement. They're going to pay to tear it down, What else did you ask about that property? I couldn't write it
Any other
down.
new development along Juliustown Road and processes?
Juliustown
or-
Road.
I mean, we have the empty Bowen's Pharmacy. That's going to become another eyesore, I guess. We got Williams Supply down there just sitting there. That's been there. Brown's Mill Supply. We got Hungry Piney sitting there. I mean,
I can only talk about the EMS building specifically. I know Mr. Ellie is, coming in and negotiating for that. Whether it happens or not, we don't know, We're going to work with them best we can. But until that develops further, I can't say anything more about that. That's the only new projects that I know of right now. Ro, are you aware of anything else? Mayor?
So, Joe, so myself and Ro are looking at some of the properties you mentioned, the old pharmacy, the Williams Supply. Ro does have some contacts with some different developers. So we are discussing our ideas with them. There is some interest, nothing specific. But trust me, it's not lost on us. We're moving forward and trying to get something in those places.
and since any movement on Sycamore Hall?
We have a meeting with them next Friday, the owners of that property right now.
Okay.
Mr. McNaughton, can you comment on the grader, sir?
Yes, sir, first let me apologize. We haven't been to your road. I will make sure that is corrected immediately. Short answer is yes, we have a road grader. I have multiple operators. They do exceptional work. The fact that we missed your road is not acceptable, and I will address it first thing tomorrow morning. If you have this issue again, please don't wait. Give me a call so I can deal with it. But I will review the rotation schedule with my operators. When the road grader starts going back out on its normal rotation, we'll make sure that your road is first on that list so we can get you back in the cycle.
All right.
We will make the improvement.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe. What's that?
Are they complete?
We have no idea on that. That wasn't our deal to start with.
Tractor Supply has pulled out completely.
Seeing no more public comment, we'll move on to, I'm sorry.
How are you all tonight? I just have a question. We have property.
Can we have your name for the record, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Kim Beatty. We live over on Gladiola Street, and we have an empty property next to us, and it belongs to the people behind us, adjacent to Gladiolus. So they rent the property. Is there some code enforcement or anybody that can come out there and contact the people who own the property? We've had 2 trees fall on our property that we've had to claim under our insurance, and the neighbor on the other side adjacent to the property has also had trees fall on their property.
If you would give Ms. Flaherty there the exact address, I'm sure she can get somebody out there to look into it.
Okay. Because like, we came down to try to get the address, but because it's a renter, we can only go through them, and we've asked them to
Right.
let the landlord know, and we've heard nothing. And the number that is on their information, nobody answers. And you can't leave a message for anybody to get back to you,
Your
but,
address and that address, and she'll get somebody to check on it.
all right. yeah.
Ma'am, I can assure you firsthand, as I'm sure that young lady sitting behind you, Mrs. Reynolds, can also, the township does hold property owners accountable for dangerous trees that are threatening other properties.
Okay.
I can assure you.
Okay, yeah, because we've had to change insurances because of it. And we've paid out of pocket for the second tree that fell on our property, and I'm not sure about the neighbor, what he did about his. He put up brand-new fencing, and he just lost like 3 panels of it down his property line. Thank you.
All right, sure, come on up, yep. Don't be bashful, come on up.
John Coyne, 305 Cayuga Trail, Country Lakes. First off, I'd like to say thank you. You guys are doing a wonderful job. You are creating or trying your best to create right what was wrong in this town. Your transparency in my eyes is a lot better than what it used to be. 2 things I have is, one, solicitors coming door to door. It's a little annoying. I don't know if it was brought up in the past or not. Excuse me if it was. A lot of times they just don't have, I guess, the permits that are required. They just knock, and we had a guy doing whatever the hell this was the other day on my camera. I don't know. 2, it's probably been brought up in the past as well. My garbage is back down. It's been down to one time a week, but the price never went down. Is that something that could be done to maybe to 2 times a week again, to what it used to be? Same price? I don't know. So that's all I got, and thank you.
As far as your trash, we changed that to 1 time a week on this new trash contract to try to save us some money. So that was the best way we felt to save some money on that. As far as the door knocker, I don't know, do we have an ordinance about solicitors? They have to have a permit? Okay, so.
Are they supposed to have it on them, like showing, like?
They have to, I can tell you firsthand, and the chief is here, he'll second that, any solicitors in this town that go door to door first have to go to the police department to be cleared. They are a thorough background check, correct, chief, on each individual? Go ahead.
So they all get a background check. They also get issued an ID from the town. It's
Because
good
the
for a
one
year.
gentleman that was doing that floss, whatever, he also was wearing a badge at the time and didn't have any.
Gotcha. Yeah, if you do see anyone like that, please call us. I myself have issued them. Do you have a permit? No, you don't? Here's a summons.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
No, I've definitely issued permits.
When we ask them if they have a permit, they all say no, or they say yes, and they don't show it to us.
Ask to show it, ma'am. If not, ask them to leave your property. Otherwise, that's,
Sometimes they take forever to leave.
I understand. That's what we have a police department for, and I can tell you firsthand, they enforce that strongly. They're escorted, I've escorted them out of town personally, out of town, at the chief's request.
Thank you.
That's for your safety.
Yes, thank you.
All right, no further public comment. Let's move on to resolutions. All items listed on the asterisk are considered to be routine by the Township Council and will be enacted by one motion. Should the council members wish to discuss the consent agenda item separately, that item can be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Does anybody have any problems with anything, any of the resolutions?
I would, Harry, I'd like to talk about 70-2025 and 78-2025.
All right, Mr. Dewey, you have the floor. We'll do the consent agenda on the rest, and then we'll give you the floor. And I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion for a consent agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Harper.
Yes. All right. Danny, you have the floor on 70-2026.
Yes, for the record, I am not against disabled veterans. But last meeting, I think we had 5 or 6. This week we have 7. I suggest that we form a committee. Talked to Harry the other day about this. We got to get a hold of Tiver, get a committee, and if we have to go to Trenton, we have to say our piece, because we cannot afford this mandate that the state put on us. We have to get reimbursed for this. You know, these people, you know, they're disabled, they get their taxes wiped out, but we still have to pay them as a township. Last year, it was over $2.5 million that we had to put out. I have no idea the way this New Year's going, what it's going to be at the end of this year. We have to challenge the state on this. You know, they make a mandate and they dump it on us. Willingboro and Pemberton Township is the highest communities with veterans, and we're not going to be able to survive if we have to keep paying out taxes and not getting any money. They have to come up and do something for our towns.
So Danny,
That's all I got.
we get zero reimbursement on that? We get nothing back from the state?
No, it's a mandate from the state. They made the rules, they dumped it on the towns. We have to write the taxes off, but we still have to pay the school tax, the county tax out of our pockets. And we're just not going to be able to do it forever.
Yeah, Danny, I think I told you, I talked to Senator Tiver's office yesterday, and they said they are reintroducing the bill that Senator Tiver sponsored last year that died in the Senate. As soon as he has the new bill number, he's going to send it to me, so we can probably make up a resolution to try to get that approved. I also reached out to Assemblywoman Katz's office. They said they were going to look into it. Go ahead, Mayor.
So the state does reimburse one veteran's benefit. So every veteran gets a $250 tax credit. The state does reimburse that. It's ballpark about, last year was almost $300,000 they reimbursed. But I think that sets the precedence to ask for that additional rebate, at least a percentage of it, something.
Oh, I agree. You know, like we've all said, none of us are against the veterans getting their benefit, but it's unfair to our municipality and other municipalities to carry the whole load. You know, we should get something back. It's the people up above that have failed us on that, you know, but, you know, when a veteran comes here and applies for that is their right, we have to approve it, yeah. So, but yes, Danny, we will definitely try to get something together and go forward to the state if we got to go up to the state office and try to get some of that money back. Even a percentage of it would be better than nothing.
So to be clear for those that are writing numbers down, we forgive about 2.5 million, and after the state's reimbursement, which they mandate we do this, we reduce 2.5 to only 2.2 out of our residents' pockets, roughly. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
And with that, is anybody willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
All right, roll call.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes, now 78-2026, Danny?
Yeah, the only question I had on that, and I think Roe could probably answer it. There's plenty of old houses out there that do not have the original windows and they've all been remodeled. Are we keeping, in other words, when they go out to an older house, is there a list where they don't have to get involved with the lead paint test? We discussed this like 2 years ago.
So what is required, then, is that all rentals that are built prior to 1978 when they submit the application for either renewal or they're becoming a new landlord, that is when the paint is checked. This company is a certified company that goes in, does the certificate. If they need remediation, then they issue that in a finding report. It has to get remediated, and then the money that the township's responsible for, they take out of their fee and pay the state of New Jersey on our behalf.
Right. But I'm just saying, this is a one-time test?
For each home, it's a one-time test. Like, you wouldn't go back and, well, I'll say it's good for, 2 years.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, the biggest thing is window trims around windows is the biggest thing for lead. You know, the kids are chewing on the windowsills. I mean, the point that I'm trying to say is if there's a landlord in town that had an older house and had it remodeled and had it tested 10 years ago, there's no lead in the place. When the renewal comes up, do they have to go through the process again?
No,
Are
if
they
they're
clear?
certified, they have a certificate that there was no lead finding.
Okay.
It's mainly because of the paints that were used prior to
Right.
1978.
I understand that. Okay, that's all I had.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to pass it.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Charleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. And before we start on the ordinances, we're going to take a 5-minute break by request here. How we doing, Joe? I'm good. What you got for me?
This is the copy.
I've had this email to me when they changed from to this form of government, yeah.
Okay, well, you don't need it.
Yeah, no, I've had a copy sent to me, and we've already started that's why I asked the solicitor right away. And once the committee is, this ball starts rolling and the committee's elected, then they'll decide which. And I think there's only 3 different types of what we have now that we're eligible for by our population and stuff. So we've been doing some research on it. And I think you've been around, a long time. Any committee, any form of government is only as good as the people on it. No matter what, and I said that when I was running for this position up here, that I didn't have a problem with this form of government. It was how it was being run at the time.
It's always about people.
Yeah, and that's, we could change this next year and have the same problems if you get the wrong people.
It's the question of, in my mind,
Right.
we voted for this.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
It was because of the way things were running.
Oh, yeah, I understand. I wasn't here then. No, I'm an implant, I've only been here about 6.5, 7 years. But it's,
We used to laugh because on New Year's,
yeah.
reorganization, who could get to 3 first? And that's who got the
Right. Yeah. I see that happen at the school board meetings, I didn't go this year, but last year, it took 4 rounds before they picked the president of the school. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, we could go through all this effort and be good, we could stay this way. I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this election cycle, but if it's, I think we're moving in the right direction. And if this election cycle goes good, I think we'll be good for another 4 years. But
the problem will be, again,
yeah.
we don't know.
Right. Oh yeah. I know. Yeah.
And I don't want to get
I hear you. Well, we did change some ordinances that we now have a little leverage against the mayor and the council if we do something wrong. We fixed an ordinance that protected him. And now, yeah, but that's hindsight, you know. Oh, sure. Right. We had no control. Now we have a little something and yeah. How we doing? I'm doing good, yeah. How you guys doing?
Who's the business administrator's name again?
Rosemary. She's the new business administrator. I talked to her yesterday, and, she was interested in it, because I think I told you we were talking about possibly putting this stuff out in the park. Tell that short, stubby guy to get out of the way, and tell him you got important business to talk about. Well, I'm going to have haters, what can I say? If it was easy, anybody could do it.
Doing a good job, Harry.
Does this look like it needs to get redone? I'm ready to fix it right now. Part of your training too. It's in the middle of the first grade, so. I want you to try. Don't look serious. Anybody can buy that.
You can be on my camera here while the other guys come from the back. I know what you guys do. We did it with the other
Keep on cookies too. This is perfect. Here's your meeting cookies. When you sit there, you oh my God.
Must be another box for the ride home.
Thank you for doing that. I'm not trying to I'm not
All right, people, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Please sit down. Mr. Stone, we're calling this meeting back to order, please. Thank you. Yep. All right, moving on, ordinances for second reading. We have ordinance 4-2026, bond ordinance providing for various 2026 water utility improvements by and in the township of Pemberton, in the county of Burlington, state of New Jersey, appropriating $1.638855, therefore, and authorizing the issuances of $1.556.912 bonds or notes to finance part of the cost of thereof. And if anybody doesn't know, this is mainly for the New Lisbon Water Project. Anyone for public comment?
Sure. Oh, this is taped here. Good evening. Eric Howen, 162 North Pemberton Road. Just a couple of quick questions on it. It says of additional water mains, under phase one, or under description. It says of applicable of additional water mains. Are they defined? Or is it just as they come along? Not earth shaking. And in section 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, line 5, in anticipation of the issuance of said bonds and to temporarily finance said improvements. That's if there's no outside monies. But so this is to temporarily finance, not permanently finance. No. Sure. Under section 8, again, it says, unless paid from other sources, the obligation shall be direct, unlimited obligations of the township. The township will be obligated to levy ad valorem taxes. I have no idea what that means. I'll let the lawyer tell me. Upon taxable property within the township for the payment of the obligations, interest as to rate or amount. So I think it said, upon all the taxable property. So everybody in the township, I guess somebody else brought this up before, everybody in the township will pay for this. Not just those that are getting the service. Like I have a well. I shouldn't have to pay for this. Hold on, I'm double checking. I just got it when I walked in, so I didn't get to look at everything. But that is pretty much it.
All right, you want to take your legal question there first, Mr. Connors?
Well, I think the only legal question that I believe was raised, and you can correct me, Mr. Allen, if I'm wrong, is that you had asked about ad valorem taxes, and that's the taxes upon your property, the real property. Every taxpayer will be required to repay any notes or bonds that might be issued in accordance with this authorization, regardless of whether they had public order or not.
Does it have to be that way?
Yes.
And why is that?
I'll give you a little example.
You can have revenue-backed bonds, you can have, but these are property tax-based bonds. That's the way bonds are issued here in the state of New Jersey by municipalities in accordance with the local bond law.
So, yeah, I get the idea of bonds, but if the bond fails and it falls upon the township, then that's where this fault comes into play, in the taxes.
Just
Any
real.
repayment,
right
any
or not?
repayment, if there's,
Correct or
if
not?
there's debt.
So to be fair, our bond attorney, completely different,
Right.
writes these, not our solicitor. This is specifically for our water utility. So only water rate users would be funding any debt that comes out of a bond like this. However, if the water bond, the water utility was not self-liquidating, it would then unfortunately fall under taxpayers, but we are here to,
It's a guarantee.
Right.
yes,
The
it's a
municipality's
guarantee that,
guaranteeing it with the property taxpayers.
yes, but as of now, this water
Right.
bond ordinance, and this is just the authority to spend. We have not gotten temporary financing, which is notes. We have not gone to bond for it. If this was to pass, it would just be the authority to spend, and then it would give me authority in the future to get financing for it. At that point, it would be put against the water utility only, as long as it was self-liquidating, which we're here to ensure that the rate payers for the water utility are covering all of its expenses. At that point, just the rate users would be paying off the debt because they are,
But that's not the way it's written.
No, it is the way it's written. The CFO's clarification is accurate, so that you didn't
I appreciate
misunderstand
that. I
what
like the
I
way she
said.
explained it. I like that.
Well, no, if there was debt issued, and if there were debt owed, she's absolutely right, only the ratepayers would be paying it. However, the guarantee of the bond is backed by the full tax-paying public of the town, just.
So is that elsewhere
It's like
in-
our
is that
full faith
elsewhere
and
in
credit.
this?
It's just like our full faith and credit.
Okay. But what you explained, is that elsewhere in the ordinance? Because like I said, I just got it and didn't get a chance to read it all.
the legal jargon is what we'll call this, is pretty standard. That is
Right.
just rules and regulations and laws that I follow. That's how a utility functions. That's,
Mr. Stone, Mr. Stone.
You'll have your time, sir.
But, yeah, like you had explained, the ratepayers who are the water users, they
Yes.
would, it would go
They,
into
they
their
would be
bill.
covering that as a whole. That's how we determine what a rate should be for the payer, is based off of how much debt we have, any expenses that we would incur, any salaries and wages that, basically, need to incur in order to manage the water utility.
Okay. But is that explained in here, or is it elsewhere in a town?
So it
Ordinance.
is explained in here. I'm not sure exactly which sections it's explained in, but it's also under NJSA 40A bond law. So that would be :2. 40A:2.
I mean, that sounds logical. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Harper, would you like me to answer the question about the pipe?
Yes, feel free.
Sure. So the New Lisbon Water Main Project, as we're all aware, is split into 4 phases. Phase 1, which is the majority of what this water bond is for the pipe that is needed to go from, and I don't have a map, so it would be easier if I did, so I apologize for that, but basically from point A to point B, which is, I'll go north-south. I think that, in my head, north to south in the New Lisbon system is correct.
Okay.
Phase 2 of this project was to reconstruct, decommission one well and construct a new well in its place. Thank you. I'm past that now, but I appreciate you. That project is completed. Phase 3 of that project is to rehabilitate an existing well in the system. Phase 4 is the shiny new water tower that's just outside this building. The way the state of New Jersey works is that you have to have basically a backup well to a system before you take a new one offline. So well 9 and 9A, 9A is the replacement well, are both currently offline. They cannot be connected to the system until phase 1, which is the water main, is built. And until that water main is built and well 9A is connected to the system, we cannot do phase 3 of this project, which is to take well 10 offline to rehabilitate it. So in a sense, if this water bond is not approved, you have a brand new shiny well that's connected to nothing that you'd never be able to use. And a water tower that is getting water from a well that at some point will need to be taken offline because it needs to be rehabilitated. So this bond is in a sense to, allow us to make the repairs of those systems and have a fully functional system for New Lisbon.
Okay. That was good.
Thank you, Eric,
right,
for your
thank you.
questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Okay, I'm Ron Stone. You wanted me to wait until this time, so I'm waiting. Okay?
Yes, feel free.
We're running across this several different ways, guys. And we're looking at bonds left and right. First thing that I need to ask you guys, are our interests being taken care of here? The solicitor read into this, said it's standard. The young lady read into it, said it's standard. Okay? Where in any of this paperwork does it state that we have a bond insurance? So that if it folds and the people receiving the facilities can't cover it, that the taxpayers aren't getting nailed for it instead of the insurance for the bond company, which would be a very minute part of the debt. To not have that is just complacent. Okay? There was some discussion that was just overheard when I was over here when you guys started. My apology. Pemberton Borough, those people out there for decades have cried that their clothes stunk from their lawn.
Sir, if you're talking about the other side, we're not talking about that one yet. We're only talking about this one for New Lisbon.
I live in Pemberton,
Right,
up here on Fort Dix Road.
I understand.
I'm how many I'm how many miles as the crow flies from where you're talking about New Lisbon, but my bill could get hit because the insurance wasn't bought? Now tell me I'm not involved in that.
I'm not saying you're not involved in it, sir.
It needs, these matters, before any of it's approved,
and any of these bonds are approved, need to be looked into it more professionally so that there is bond insurance set up before these things are approved.
All right, sir.
Thank you and have a nice night.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that, we have professionals that look into these bond ordinances, and, what's that?
Why wasn't it set up? None of this is in any of these paperwork. There's no bond insurance, is there?
Go ahead,
So
Candace.
bond insurance isn't something that us as a municipality would purchase
There you go.
because it doesn't exist.
I'm sorry, say that again, Candace, because why?
Bond insurance does not exist. It is our job to ensure that the ratepayers are being charged to cover the cost to make the utility functioning. So,
Mr. Stone, please.
we would increase the rates for the water utility if needed to ensure that taxpayers were not to cover any overages. And that's what makes the utility self-liquidating, and that is part of my job.
So basically, like any bank, it sounds to me like this is just nothing, the township's a cosigner. The taxpayers are a cosigner. The only time the cosigner steps in and pays anything is if the original borrower can't make the payment, correct?
Yes.
If no bank would approve it, why should we have to?
Mr. Stone, municipalities have been going out for bonds for years since before. It's a way of life. You have to borrow money to do things. All right, well, you've had your time. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Foreman, would you like to come up and speak on this?
Hi, Michelle Foreman. Okay, so I have a few questions here. Didn't this get voted down 2 times already? I'm sure this is the one this time. You can't tell me it wasn't. No, this is ordinance reading. I get all the time. I don't have to, there's no time limit. I was told,
Right, but Michelle, we're letting you ask all your questions first, then we'll delve into them. That's all. There's no
well,
time
we do
limit.
that for regular ones, but for this, is it really necessary? Because I have so many questions about this. Okay. Then I'll just say it like this. I believe this is the same ordinance that got voted down twice. I do think that it is. If it's not, I'll be shocked. It's one thing. We all didn't like that when they were doing that during the last administration. When it got voted down, they kept bringing it back. We did not like that. You didn't like it. You didn't like it. And nobody came to a lot of these meetings did not like it. Okay, I was told, and I listened to the audio, I was told that 1, 2, 3, and 4, I believe that you said at one of the more recent meetings that 2, 3, and 4 phases got approved already. But tonight you said you can't do phase 3 unless this goes through. So I would like a straight answer on that. I don't want back and forth, because if you guys don't understand this, you shouldn't be voting on it tonight. If y'all don't understand this, y'all shouldn't be voting. I don't mean her explaining it to you or her explaining it to you. Y'all voting. Y'all should understand it before you vote tonight, including you. Okay, now, does this have interest on it? And how much interest are we going to have to pay for all this? And also, how much of this is bonds and how much of this is notes? And I know you're a CFO. I don't understand what I hear all you guys talk about, because it just confuses me. Because sometimes I feel like we're all sitting here, we don't want you to spend all this money, we don't want you to spend, oh, no, we're not spending the money, we're just given authority to spend the money. And to me, it's basically the same thing. So I want to know if this is phase 1, I want you guys to answer if you can. We can always go back to them if you don't know. But if you don't know, you should recuse yourself on voting for this tonight. Can you get the water to Greenberg? If, just say for example, I don't think it's gonna happen, but just say for example, you voted no on this tonight. Can you get water to Greenberg without this? That's another question. And another question is, okay, I'm just gonna quote you. You're on the hook tonight for this. I usually let you off the hook, but not tonight. Anyway, okay, is this the ordinance that's talking about the Greenberg? And it's like, you got it from 10 million down to 2 million? Is this what we're talking about here? Are you sure?
With confidence, yes.
Okay, all right, okay, let me look at my next questions. So this is phase 1 of the new Lisbon water system? This is phase 1. Okay. Okay, first start with, is this the one that was voted down twice already?
That's all your questions now?
No, well, yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Barry, I see you want to answer.
Yeah, he can't
The answer
wait.
to that question is yes. And if I thought by saying yes at the beginning of your comments was going to shorten it, I would have just responded yes, but I wanted to be polite and let you talk because I don't like interrupting. Yes, yes, yes. I originally sat out there with you. I was against this because I thought, just like you said, this is a secret way that Hornicle wanted to feed Greenbergs. It's not the case. I sat down and I went to a meeting last week that got me informed on everything that's going on. The phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. I even explained, in my world, when you have a phase 1, a phase 2, a phase 3, and a phase 4, obviously you start with 1 first, right? So why is 2, 3, and 4 done, so to speak, right? And not 1. That was explained to me in great detail, and every word of what Mr. McNaughton told me made sense. There was a large amount of money. Mr. McNaughton, if I'm wrong on something here, stop me and correct me. I'm going to ad-lib what you told me because it's getting late. There was a chunk of money available. Mr. Hornicle thought it more feasible to skip number 1 because of the cost and go to 2, 3, and 4 because the amount of money would only cover part of phase 1, but yet it could cover 2, 3, and 4. Am I right so far, sir?
Yes, and one of the reasons Phase 1 was also put on the back burner is because originally, back in 2024, when that bid had to be rejected because we didn't have enough money, we talked about township forces doing the project in-house instead.
I remember that, yes.
And it was only until the state DEP came back to us and said, we will not fund the project unless it is a bid and contracted project, which gets us back to where we are now.
So what happened is they were going to have the township do all the work. Would have saved us money, right? We're paying the guys anyway, let them do the work. We were told no, they would not fund it unless it was put out to bid by a certified contractor to do the work. Hence, it's still incomplete.
And Mr. Doyle, if I may interject.
Please.
Just so you understood what I told you at the last meeting, when I said phases 2, 3, and 4 were complete is not the term that I used. I said they had gone out to bid and been awarded to a contractor, which meant that there is someone on the hook to do the work. Phase 2, like I said, is constructed. Phase 3, there is a contractor waiting in the wings to do phase 3, but because phase 1, there is no pipe, you cannot start phase 3 because, as I said previously, you can't take that well offline until you reconnect, well 9A. And you can see that phase 4 is finished because there is a shining water tower outside. So when those 3 phases have contractors either who are 95% waiting or 100% complete. Phase 1, this bond needs to be passed so that the contractor for phase 3 can start work. once phase one has been awarded to a contractor and installed.
And I apologize, I used the word completed, but you did not. It was contracted, which basically meant we approved the money to be spent for that contractor, but it hasn't been spent yet because the contractor hasn't performed the work because one, which is what's being held up here tonight, has not been approved.
So one has to be done before phase 3 has to be done.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, well, you weren't at the meeting when I was up here asking if phase 1 had to be done before phase 3 had to be done, and everybody said no. No, you didn't say that. You didn't. Maybe I said everybody, but the council. I have to double check all this, but, see, I'm glad that I can actually stand here and say, I was right.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Let's see if there's any questions you guys missed, do you think?
I think.
The interest on that, no, I'm not done. I
There's no-
asked
there-
about
there's
the
no-
interest on
there's-
this.
There's no way to know the interest because there's no loan at this time. We are just, Candace, I'll let you explain this.
So.
Okay, wait a minute, how about approximate interest?
No, I can't give that. So when I say that this is giving us authority to spend, they are allowing me to put it in the system as an amount to spend against. Until we go out to bid and even get an amount that we're going to charge against it. I mean, to be quite honest, we're appropriating 1.5, but they could come in and get bids, say, less than that. And I'm not going to fund debt that we didn't spend. So I don't even really, I can't say I'm definitely gonna go and get notes or bonds. Notes being temporary financing, bonds being permanent financing, meaning it's just a longer period of time that we issue the debt for. I can't say that it's actually going to be the 1.5. That's the estimate in which we think it's going to cost. But if we don't spend the 1.5, I will not be getting debt on the 1.5. So to give you an amount of what we pay on principal or interest would be me picking random numbers out of a hat.
Okay,
At this-
thank you.
At this point.
And-
Okay,
and-
thank you.
and
I will
Michelle-
definitely be listening to this again, because everything you just said,
You can
I'm
also,
trying,
you
but
can always come in too.
you outsmart me every time.
You can listen to the audio.
I'm not trying
Yeah,
to do
listen to
that.
the audio. Michelle, also, once we approve this, then we are eligible to apply for grant money for this project. So we could get grant money that may cover half or more of the project. So that would further lower down how much we borrow. But we do not know how much we are liable to get until we approve this bond ordinance. Yeah.
Okay, and so can we get water to Greenberg if
No.
you vote no to this?
No. This
We
is,
can't get water to Greenberg's from this project whether we vote yes or no. That's not the goal here. That, again, as I told you before, I was.
That was confusing, say that again.
well, this is strictly for water to
There's
run.
no
from a
intention or any ideas anywhere, any concept to run pipelines anywhere towards Greenberg's.
That's not what Dan Dewey said at the meeting. He
well,
said it starts
this
here, and it
is-
goes around there, and then it
This is
goes to...
strictly water from the new well, which is in the area of the old prison, to down to the new refurbished water tower. That's all it is. A brand-new line that's a bigger line, and it replaces a 80-year-old 4-inch line that could blow at any time, but, yeah.
So why are you spending this if it doesn't help Greenberg? Why do we need it?
We needed to replace an 80-year-old line that could blow at any minute.
For our existing residents,
For
the
our
ones we have to
existing
take
There's
care
only
of.
40 in New Lisbon, 40 residents over there. That's what I was told. We're spending all this money for
Well, we
40
also-
residents
we-
over there?
We also have the hospitals, the county facilities.
They're not well, water?
No.
Okay, let's see if you answered all my questions. So you can't tell me what the, what do you call it, interest is going to be yet. I know it's going a little bit off, these other ordinances tonight, ordinance 7 and 8.
Well,
Are they
we're-
part of the
now,
phase?
Bring them up later.
No, I just want to
Let's-
know if that's part of the phases 1, 2, 3, and 4.
No.
Not
That's
at all?
Separate ordinances.
Okay,
Thank you, Michelle.
I think you
I hope we
answered
answered them all. Yep. All
all my questions.
right. Can somebody else have a turn now, please?
Yeah, I said, I think I'm done all my questions, and I'm
thank
going to
you.
sit down, but you got to
Thank-
give me a minute.
thank you
You know I
very
don't like
much.
it when you rush me
I'm
off the
sorry.
podium.
It's a lot to do tonight.
Yeah, it's a lot, because you guys are doing too much development, that's why.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I have several questions.
State your name for the record, please.
Vicki Adams, 613 Sander Drive. First of all, I want to note that in all of these ordinances, these 3 ordinances here that pertain to water department, we have 3.5 million in new borrowing. Okay? The north-south, I'm assuming that is from down at New Lisbon. I don't even know where the new well is. I mean, where the pipe has to go to, you said the old prison to what? I need that clarified. Also, I need to know, does this have to be passed before you can pass ordinance 8/2026? Also, I would like to know, and this all contains to water, well, before the water department was taken over by Patriarcha, it was a self-sustaining department. So do we have enough money in our fees and stuff to make it that it is actually self-sustaining now? Okay? That's one of the things. And then if it's not, when we say we fumble on this thing, and because we already know we're on the hook for a lot of money, our taxes are definitely going to go up next year. They didn't go up this year, but they're definitely going to go up next year because of the lawsuits and just everything that's happening, this alone. Okay? So with this happening, if it does not cover all of this, if the fees do not cover all of this, even if it doesn't cover all this, regardless of our taxes going up, our water bill is going to go up. Okay? So we're still going up. Okay? So you're still costing the township people money, something all of you guys, the mayor included, pledged that they would not spend money that cost this township money because they were tired of what Patriarcha did. So please, show me that you're not yes men and you just follow along with the thing here, because this is not acceptable. Also in here, you have what Mr. Stone brought up about, if it's not paid, then we as taxpayers have to pay. I happened to Siri a question, and I asked it, is there municipal bonds for municipalities? Is there insurance? It says municipal bond funds can also carry bond insurance. Typically, municipal bonds must have a BBB rating or higher to qualify for municipal bond insurance. So guess what, guys? If you didn't know that, you need to get out there and figure it out before you vote on this so that we are covered. Okay? Sherry's been my best friend today and yesterday going through this agenda and everything. Okay? This is ridiculous. You guys promised more than once that you were not going to cause us to have to pay more taxes and that we were going to not do these things. Now, this, I don't know where this one's going. I heard the old prison, but I don't know what actual road it's on. Okay? And this is the one that was rejected twice, as she says. It was rejected twice. So if you guys say yes tonight, shame on you, especially the ones that voted it down last time. Okay? I know you may have new information and all of that, and I get that. Okay, well, pass this one, but don't pass the next one. Don't put us $3.5 million in debt. Okay, so I guess I want my questions answered.
Can I start, sir? All right. Vicki, first of all, I understand what you're saying. I can tell you wholeheartedly, I never promised, or would I make a promise that I wasn't, I don't want to say smart enough, but I wasn't knowledgeable enough to be able to tell anybody in this room, much less anybody in this township, that I was not going to raise taxes. I can't make that statement.
No, I didn't say taxes.
You did. You
Okay.
just said,
Well, I
we
meant-
promised that taxes weren't going to go up, and I never
Well,
made
you,
that
this
promise.
week,
We were
this year, we
ble-
know
hold on.
it isn't.
I gave you time, please
Okay,
give me.
yes, sir.
We were blessed enough to find out that our CFO did such a fine job last year that we did not raise municipal taxes this year. Unfortunately, we have no control over the county, and we have no control over the school system. That's what raised your taxes this year, not this municipal government. Okay? Secondly, oh, now you lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. You're talking about us and having to raise the water rates.
Yeah.
Okay? What in your life right now in the last 5 years has not gone up? Can anything, just humor me.
Everything has gone up.
Everything. So guess what else is going up that the municipality has to buy? Everything. So hypothetically, you have a car, right? You got to change that oil, don't you? That costs money. Don't change that oil. See how much more money it costs you. When those water mains that they're talking about have to be replaced, all right, no big deal. Put your 1.9 million away, we're not going to do it. Let the water mains blow. Then what are we spending for emergency repairs that we never authorized the money for?
Okay, I understand that. So my question to you is, if you pass this, are you going to go and pass 8 also, which is almost another $2 million bond for more water stuff? That's where I'm saying the water department was self-sustaining. What is happening that it's not anymore?
Can I answer that?
Please,
We are
yes.
still self-liquidating. I'm not really sure why the ratepayers are covering the cost to operate. That doesn't mean we have an additional $3.5 million laying around to just fund these up front. This is a budgeting tool. Just like you would run a business, you incur debt to slowly pay that down. Also, I'd like to address the bond insurance. When you talk about bond insurance, I'm not sure what you put into Google, but bond insurance is typically for a contractor to cover if they default on a project. When you say bond insurance, are you talking about notes and financing bonds, or are you talking about bonds to cover a contractor when doing projects?
I Googled. My question to Google was, can municipal bonds be covered by bond insurance? And it said yes.
Okay. I can
Bottom
tell you,
line.
I know the bond law, which is NJSA 48:2, and there is not a section in there for insurance. This is not something that we can get.
Well, if it's not in there, it doesn't mean
The-
it's not
the-
somewhere else under insurances.
So we're going, it's not something that you typically get. You make sure the ratepayers are paying the amount to cover the expenses.
Keyword typically. We're
So we
saying,
would spend
look
more money
at
on
it.
insurance.
Okay.
And
Guys,
incur
you
more
can play your
costs.
little word games and
But
stuff like
here's the-
that.
but here's the thing,
No,
understand one
Joelle,
thing.
I'm done.
Okay,
You
good.
guys, you're yes men at this point. I have seen nothing but yes come from this podium since Jack left here. Okay? You guys said you wouldn't raise money for a whole year. You wouldn't let Jack spend anything. That's why the CFO was able to keep the money down, because you didn't let Jack spend a dang thing. Okay? Come on, think about it. I know things have to happen, but the amount that you're asking for is ridiculous to ask this town. You're getting ready, or you're wanting to increase the construction fees. Our town doesn't have money like that. Come on, guys.
Increase
you
in
may have-
construction
you may
fees
have
brings in
jobs-
money.
You may have had jobs where you're living on $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month or every 2 weeks, but the rest of us are living on $2,000 a month, $5,000 a month. Come on.
Vicky,
I
just-
wasn't a lawyer.
I just don't
wasn't a
underst-
police officer. I wasn't a construction person.
I just don't understand how you can stand there and tell me that you openly admit that everything in your life has gone up in
I'm
cost,
not
but you
saying
don't think that
do
those
this
costs go up for
repair.
everybody else.
I am not saying don't do this repair, okay? The construction bond that's coming up, we were told I don't remember what week we were told because I was watching it at home probably. It was stated that, we're just falling in line with the state. Baloney. The state fees are there as a guide, and they give leeway for the township demographics. We don't have to go to the top of the guide. Okay? I looked it all up. We don't have to go to the top of the guide. You can go by your demographics. We are a poor town. Do I like saying that? No. And hopefully we have enough spirit to survive all this. Okay? But you guys are just as bad as the former administration at this point.
Thank you, Vicki. You're welcome. Have a nice night. Anyone else for public comment on this ordinance? No, no. No, each ordinance.
Didn't you say that you're voting on Greenberg tonight?
This is only the first ordinance, sir. You spoke on this. When the other ordinances come up, you get a turn all over again. You're welcome.
All right, any councilmen have any comments?
Danny, you've been quiet tonight. What you got?
I understand what we're doing, and I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Danny. Looking to entertain a motion?
Motion to accept ordinance number 4, 2026?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes, thank you. Moving on, ordinance 5-2026, an ordinance establishing 2026 salaries and wages for certain employees of the Township of the Pemberton effective January 1st, 2026. Anyone for public comment on that? Ordinance 5-2026.
Okay. On this ordinance, I am totally ticked off. You guys sat here. Actually, I believe it was the majority of you guys, including the mayor on council at that time, that said, how dare this guy give this guy so much money? How dare him? I mean, you didn't say those exact words, but basically you gave the same impression, okay? And yet tonight, you bring in the Director of Community Development at the high end and this qualified purchasing agent at the high end. I need you guys to promise us from this point on, when you bring new people in, I don't care who the heck they are, you need to stay on the low end of things. You're costing us money, okay? This is like the only reason, I don't even know what, I was looking for the last one, I could not find it in my records. I would like to actually see how much these went up, the minimum went up, and the maximum went up, and I will be operating that because I want to compare it. But, you know, and then you have these little things like the housing municipal liaison. Well, who is that? Is that meaning that person A gets another $8,000 because the CDL trainer, that person B gets another $200 a student? I mean, guys, you got to think about what you're doing here. You're spending our money. You are spending our money and you are making it higher. I see that you did not hesitate to give yourselves a raise here. Didn't hesitate. Okay, I see the mayor's went up. So I would like to know in there.
Mine stayed the same.
Where does, excuse me? Okay, well, so it stayed $1 like what's his name's was? Okay, then it's not the same. Okay, so I would like to know what the council members' rates are at this point, and I would like to know what the mayor's rate is at this point. Because at this point in these, it's $7,000 for you guys, 7,000 plus, and it's 7,000 plus for the mayor. What end of the spectrum are you guys on? Are we allowed to know?
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. This is a range of salaries? It
Right,
has to
and I'm
have a low
asking you
end and a-
guys, in this
and-
range, where do you fall?
And the exact number, I believe, is $8,042, and that's the same as we got last year, and that's the same as we'll get this year.
It's 8,240, I believe.
8,240, okay, I'm staying corrected. But that's what we got last year, and that's what we are going
Okay, and what's the
to get
mayor's?
this year.
And what's the mayor's?
What is
It's
the
the
mayor's
same,
official?
and just to clarify, we have, all the salary ordinances are on the website,
And where? I was looking all day for them. I could not find them.
It's under departments, ordinances.
They're under the ordinances. Under government, there's ordinances, and there should be ordinances going back for years. All of the adopted ordinances are up there in full.
Okay,
and they're
that's the
labeled.
adoptive ordinance. I don't know
that's the
what year
only
you
one that's
guys
important.
adopted the ordinance.
We
adopted an
adopt
ordinance
salary
last-
ordinance every year.
Yeah, but what month, what year? I mean, how many meetings do you have every year?
They're all labeled though. I mean, we maybe
says
have
salary.
less than 20. Sometimes they go a little bit further
Last
up.
year we
Okay,
went up to
I'll look
almost
again,
50,
but
but it's
I
it's
didn't
labeled
Yeah,
find
as
so
any.
they would all
salary.
say salaries. In addition, just for transparency, the mayor is receiving the same amount that council is making, which is the same amount that he made last year. But this is just for ranges. This is not
Yeah.
establishing the salary within them, which will be a separate resolution to be voted on by council.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I would hope that when you're doing this, you guys got so irritated with Jack, when he hired the recreation department on the high end of things and without talking to you. Please, don't let me see you doing that. You already did it twice today.
And to clarify, in the beginning, you asked us to make you a promise, and I'm not going to make any promises, Vicky. Okay. Just want to be clear, that's all.
Anybody else for public comment on 5-2026? Any council members have any comments?
Just for clarity, Harry, we hadn't talked about it, but I was going to ask council if they'd be willing to, and the mayor as well, if they'd be willing to maintain our salaries at whatever they are this year for the upcoming year, whatever it was last year. I'm not requesting a raise.
I already let Harry know that's my area.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Yes, and I let the CFO know that we didn't want to raise, I'm sorry I spoke for all of us, but I didn't feel we deserved to get any money,
Very
with
good.
what's going on.
Thank you.
So, yep. Anything, Charles?
Well, I'm new, so I can't say that I would get what I got last year, but I'll keep it the same as everyone else.
All right, thank you, Charles. Danny, anything?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, looking for a motion?
Make a motion for ordinance 5/2026.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroy?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. Moving on, ordinance 6-2026. Ordinance of the Township of Pemberton, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, amending, supplementing Section 41-14 of the Township Code of the Township of Pemberton entitled Jobs in Blue Program so as to reflect changes in the fees for third-party contractors and nonprofit organizations. Anyone for public comment on that? Anybody from council want to comment on it?
Just wanted to clarify for the public in my conversation with Chief Glass, and again, he's here to confirm that the, any fees or anything associated with this Jobs in Blue program are direct fees to the contractor that hires you, correct, sir? Nothing to do with taxpayer money.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, then looking
Make it-
for, go ahead,
I'll
Danny.
I'll make a motion to approve 6/2025.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroy?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, moving on, 7-2026, capital ordinance providing for the various water capital improvements by and in the Township of Pemberton, in the County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, appropriating $204,062.50, therefore, from the general capital reserve of the township. Anyone for public comment on that one? Ordinance,
There's a list in the back, sir. The details number 7.
okay.
That's it.
Millie Tuchez, 23 Leland Street. What is our current reserve now, and how much is left after we withdraw this amount?
Can I answer that?
Sure, go ahead, Candace, you can explain it better than I can.
So this isn't necessarily us withdrawing money out of an overall reserve. This is money that was specifically given to us for the Greenberg property, in addition to the bonds and the money that we've spoken about that we'll be receiving from them. So we receive this in, and I keep it in a reserve to specifically use it towards that project. That's what this is doing. So it's not, that part's not coming out of money we've saved from taxpayers or anything like that. It's money that was brought in specifically to be used towards that project.
Okay, what happens if the reserve gets depleted? Is that gonna require future borrowing?
We're only doing this for the money that they are providing to us. So essentially, yes, because we are responsible for a portion of this project to be done. However, this is just allowing us to take the money that they gave us for the project and allocate it towards the project.
Yeah, Millie, that's part of what we negotiated with the KHA people, that they were going to make payments as we got certain projects done towards their water. This was money they gave us last year, so we know we have future work to be done. We want to move that into the water department, so, and they'll be giving us more monies as we get more work done, and that will, at a later time, be appropriated.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for 7-2026? Come on down, Mr. Stone.
Clarification, please. We've got $200,000 here,
Yes.
okay? We're looking at wasting at least $80,000 on a pipeline that no one's gonna use, okay? How much of this money is supposed to be applied toward that pipeline?
All of it.
I'm not really sure where the 80,000 came from. The redevelopers of this project gave us money specifically to be used towards a project that in totality will be a little bit over $2 million. This money is then being appropriated towards that project. Over the course of our contract, they will be giving us a little over, I think, $1 million, so they're funding.
1.2, I believe, or
Yeah,
something like that.
$1.2 million. And in a future ordinance that you can speak about, I believe it's number 8, which is coming up next, is where we bond for the additional portion that we would need to fund this.
So basically, sir, what this is money that the developer gave us, what you've been asking for. They gave us money. She can't do anything with it until we tell her it's okay to.
And that's
So that's what we're here for.
Moving it to the
I
water
understand
project.
that. What I'm asking is the okay gonna be part of that pipeline?
This money will
As
go
the,
towards that
as the
project.
expenses come up, that's what this money is for.
Well, if we're okaying the expenses to come in and be held, is it being held for that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
So I think we should make a minor clarification here that there's many factors that have gone into this redevelopment project. The pipeline, which is the next ordinance, is one of them, but part of it is that the developer also has to pay fees to make the connections to our water and sewer systems. This $200,000 that we're moving is technically, and excuse me if I'm divulging too much information, I just think it helps with the clarity a little bit. This $200,000 is a portion of the money that they've already given us up front as part of those connection fees. So they are paying their due diligence to connect to our water system, and we're just saying, as part of that connection being made, we want to allocate that money, which is still going to the water system, to help offset other things.
So this typically is money that we would have gotten after the houses were built.
Correct.
After the pipeline was in.
Correct.
And the house was tied to it, the connection fee. They're paying this ahead of time before they even put a shovel in the ground.
Correct.
To help us out.
Correct.
Okay, so you're taking funds from this company, you're banking it to do a project that we don't want.
Yes.
It's just for them. It's their project. Yep.
It's their project. Because we're being told out here that there is no other source of water for that community. That's a lie. In addition to that, I've had conversation over this water supply. It's being taken from Pemberton Town, from Pemberton Borough, which is a totally separate entity from you guys, being brought into Pemberton Township and then resold to residents. okay? And it's subgrade water that actually stinks. And I'm being told, oh, that's secondary. But it won't pass the state inspection.
It already has, sir. I literally have a copy of the most
I looked it
recent.
up too. It passed the county. It did not pass the state.
This is the annual drinking water report for Pemberton Borough, which is on their website. Anyone can find
That's
it.
not a state certification, ma'am.
Yes, it is,
It
sir.
is not.
Mr. Stone,
Sir,
refrain from being confrontational.
sir, every water system in the state of New Jersey has to provide these to its residents. This is a report of all of the exceedances of the primary and secondary drinking water standards that the township has had. Pemberton Township also has to do one of these. This is public information. It is on their website. You can find it. I was able to find it. It lists every exceedance. It passes the state drinking water standards.
So you're telling me that water has no odor?
I can't say that I don't live in Pemberton Borough, but as I have mentioned to you previously, odor and taste are secondary state drinking water standards. They are not primary.
How can we force that on anybody, people?
Mr. Stone, it's past all the state requirements. This is an ordinance specifically to transfer money from our general account that the developer already gave us.
If it's part of that project, then it should be no.
I'm sure you're going to make it well known. Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Come on up, Mr. Howland.
Okay, so Eric Howen, 162 North Pemberton Road. So this was not part of the previous administration, so you guys didn't inherit this.
Yes, we did.
You inherited
I believe,
this.
correct me if I'm wrong, this is one of our fixes to the previous administration's error.
Okay. So, I get that the developer is giving us money for these services to be performed. One of the problems I have with it is that if, some of you may recall, in the past, even to accept money, it should have gone before council. This was done as a backdoor deal. It was never an agenda item.
It was, it's part of the contract, so it may not have been out there, but it's part of the contract that was approved at a council
The
meeting.
last time I asked about this, everybody didn't want to say anything. Everybody said, am I allowed to say anything? And nobody wanted to say anything. It wasn't brought up until the first reading.
I'm sorry, I don't remember that being a question, so my apologies.
So, I recall a while ago, there was an applicant that, as actually Perry figured it out, using pseudonyms, was giving money, like $5,000, $5,500 for police vests. That was like to get in the door. And that got shot down because it was an applicant. That came before the board so that everybody found out about it. This didn't come before the board. Everybody should have known about it. So now,
Go ahead, finish.
you should dot your i's, cross your t's, just housekeeping. This should have been brought before the board before you accepted the money, to know where the money came from. It should have been brought up to the public. It should have been brought up. I'm not saying that this
This was brought up. We renegotiated the deal with KHOV from the previous administration to make this payment schedule. It was brought up, I don't know the exact resolution, but we adopted that resolution to accept this payment schedule just to be prepared for this, so that we would get back
And that's okay.
most of the money.
To get the money back. But for what I'm saying is,
It's not illegal.
it really didn't show up as that they were giving you money until it was already in our bank account.
They were always giving us
It was
money.
it was
already
always
there.
brought up, it was in the public, it was open.
Eric,
This is just to
we
move
talked
the
about
money.
this maybe halfway through my first year, when Jerry Dasty was still sitting here, sir. He's the one who negotiated the deal for them to put these monies
As
up
long
front.
as
It was
I just
discussed
don't
about.
ever recall.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I had talked to Dan about it, and he didn't recall it, but maybe Maybe he's in the sun too much right now. Dan?
I can tell you, when this thing came to our attention, the previous administration promised them water for that development, and it was at the tune of $10 million.
Right.
And thanks to Jerry Dasty, Harry was involved in the meetings, I was involved in the meetings, and the bottom line is Pemberton Borough wanted to supply the water, and we said, okay, take it. So the pipe that we have to do is from the Wawa in Pemberton, there's got to be a meter box put in there, and the line that's where the water's going to go to Greenberg's. So that's the piping and all that. But originally, and transparency, this is why I'm not going to mention his name, is the one that dreamed up the new well at the county jail, tie it into New Lisbon, and then run a water line down Pemberton Browns Mills Road, down the bypass to Coleman Bridge Road, to Magnolia Road, make a right-hand turn, tie the water into, was it Oak Pines, or what's that development?
Oak Pines, yeah.
And then go to the far end of it, tie into it there, and that's one of the reasons why you got city water in Rotto Village. So they could tie it into that, go to Pemberton Vincenttown Road, make a left-hand turn to the Dunkin' Donuts, put another meter pan in, connect it to the borough, over the bridge, and then go to the Wawa, put another meter box in, and then run it to Greenberg. That was the $10 million project. So we negotiated, Pemberton Borough took over. I think we gave them a 20-year thing where they're totally responsible for the water. We have to supply the water lines to the site. And the developer is paying, I forget the exact figure, but we're not going to get hurt on the deal. 10 million would have took the town to its knees. So, and this is something that was dumped on us that we straightened out as a group to save the town. And I really think we did a good job on it.
Yep, you are correct, Danny, thank you.
But I guess part of what he's talking about is really part of Ordinance 8, more so than this.
Well, this
They're
is,
both tied together.
Now, they're giving us money up front.
they're paying us up front. We just have to move the money from one account to the water account so that we can have it for the project. That's all it is. It's the way,
I get it.
way
I guess I
municipal
just didn't
policy
do my
works.
homework to know that,
Yep.
that this was out there before. It just didn't seem like there was enough transparency on it, because the last time I brought it up, everybody was like, I don't want to talk about it.
Well, we were still in negotiations. I mean, there was two big
It was
meetings.
just
We
the
had,
last meeting.
well, I'm talking about when we had the meetings with the borough, all the engineers and people from the developer and the township. You know, we had 2 or 3 of those meetings, and we got it where, you know, like I said, the borough wanted to put the big boy pants on, go at it, you know, let them have it. But the developer is going to pay for the pipe, the meters. We're going to come out pretty clean on the deal when it's all over with. It's a lot
So
better
to
than
speak. Like
putting,
like Mr. Stone said, for development, nobody really wants. We're
well,
coming out
that was
clean.
dumped on us too, Eric. This was all started
Yeah.
before we
Oh,
came around.
You know how that
yeah,
goes. So
Dan,
you know where I stood with the planning board. I mean, I couldn't even vote on this because of my location.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know who I talked to before about it, but said, you know, like, somebody said about, if we don't pass these, they're gonna sue us, and, you know, we're not getting $2 million, but is it gonna cost us $2 million to fight them? Because we're gonna be straddled with this forever, and this pipe only lasts, what, 21 or 30 years? Everybody knows a ratables chase is a losing proposition. this development's gonna
They-
cost
they
us
can-
money.
They can sue us, and they will sue us, and,
Sure.
and we're still gonna have to put the
And we'll
pipe
deal
in.
with it afterwards.
So you're gonna
Maybe.
pay a lawsuit, and then you're gonna put the pipe in anyway.
And Danny,
Yes.
Danny, question for you, once that meter's put in there by the Wawa and this pipe is run, it's only going to Greenberg's, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the smelly water that Mr. Stone was talking about, I mean, we're delivering it to people that he doesn't want there to begin with, so I don't see the problem.
Mr.
And that-
Mr. Doyle,
And that's
that
gonna,
is-
that's gonna be Pemberton Borough's responsibility, not Pemberton Township.
So slightly misspeak. So a portion of Pemberton Township is already being served by Pemberton Borough in that area of town. For the addition of the Greenberg, the property at the Greenberg Farm that's going to be developed, we had to increase the size of the water main that runs down, is that Fort Dix Road? Arnie's Mountain Road. I always get them confused, I'll be honest with you. So this project is really to increase the size of that main, so the people who are already served by Pemberton Borough will continue. So it is benefiting both. It is not just for the Greenberg property. There are residents of the township that are currently being served by that water that will also benefit from this as well, with increased water pressure.
Right, but what I'm saying is the additional expense that we're spending is strictly only because Greenberg's is
Correct.
going in. Otherwise, we wouldn't be touching it.
Correct.
And they'd still be getting the water.
Yes.
Right. But then
I-
also that 100-foot rule comes into play.
No. We changed that ordinance. That's only new construction,
Right.
only new construction.
I don't know if I'm digressing too much. I don't remember what the answer was. If somebody's house burns down or they decide to remodel, and they tear down the house and rebuild an existing house, is that new construction? So if
Yes.
somebody's house burns down,
Yeah.
that's new construction?
Well, has nothing to do with this ordinance.
I know,
So, yeah,
I know,
but,
I know.
We gotta just stay on track here.
Yep.
Thank
right.
you, Art.
Yep.
Anybody else for this ordinance?
Okay. I'll tell you one thing, I got a headache tonight, that's for sure.
You should be up here.
Okay. Should I really? You be careful what you say, Perry.
Come on down, Michelle.
You would love that, wouldn't you? Me being up there? Oh. Yeah, I know. Okay, here's the thing. I just totally disagree with this whole thing. I have been told for years that the Greenberg, that the taxpayers paid for 2 wells on the Greenberg property. They can get their own water from those 2 wells, can't they? Okay, can you tell me the short version? Why not after I'm done all my questions? Because we have to wait till I'm done all my questions according to Harry. Okay, here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't trust this situation, okay? I don't trust it. It's a lot of money that developers are paying for fixing this one development with 3. I believe that. I know this Four Seasons. I know they got developments all over the place. They got it in Gloucester County. This is just the beginning phase. They're going to do this phase at Greenberg. I'm just guessing, and I know he's sitting out here. I'm not afraid. I'm just guessing that they're going to be doing a lot of other development in that area, that these
Michelle,
water lines are
Do
going,
you
I
have
know
any,
it's
do you have
off
anything on
topic.
this $200,000 ordinance?
Well, this really pertains to this, because this is going towards Four Seasons, that's where the Greenberg is. And, yeah, I have a lot of questions about this.
Do you have any
I
problems?
want to tell you something, Rosemary. I appreciate that you brought him. I asked you last week, could you bring him, and you did. If I have any questions, and I do.
He was willing to come.
That was nice. Okay, so here's the thing. You're saying that Four Seasons, I'm gonna say, because you call it another name, but. K-Hob. Four Seasons is paying a portion. What is the portion?
Michelle, they gave us, this is to give $204,000 that they already gave us to move it from our general fund to our water fund. When we're done this project, they'll give us $1.25, I believe, million. And then we'll still be getting certain connection fees and stuff, that will eventually pay for the whole project. We're just looking to move $205,000 from one account to the other account, money that the developer already gave us to spend.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we want that to happen?
I thought I was told that the project, that they gave us $10 million. They were going to, but then you bargained with them and it went down a little bit. What did it go down to?
Michelle, the original cost from when Mr. Patriarca was here was $10 million that the township taxpayers, you, me, were going to have to pay to put the water line in to go to Greenberg's to give them water. Through negotiations between Harry and Mr. Dewey, need me to slow down? And Mr. Dasty and the attorneys for the builder, we got that $10 million that we would owe down to around $2 million. So the geniuses saved us $8 million. That's a win. Now,
The last time I was
of
here,
the $2 million,
$4 million.
they have agreed to give us money up front to help us with the $2 million payment. This $204,000, they've already given us. So it's sitting in our bank account, and we have to move it to another account so that when expenses come up for this to start, we can spend it. Until we vote yes, that money can't be touched. But it's already ours, it's been given to us, and it came from the developer, not the taxpayers.
Okay, but how come the last meeting I was here, you said it went from 10 million to 4 or 5 million?
No.
That's what, that was on the
Never said
record.
that number.
Okay, I'll go back and I'll have, you guys are gonna make me do a lot of homework. I'm really tired of this.
That $10 million was what it was going to cost the taxpayers. That was never,
understand
that
that.
was never what the developer was going to give us. That was never going to happen.
Okay, I already knew that. Thank you, Mr. D. Charleroi. Okay, so this right here, is this phase 1, 2, 3, or 4, yes or no?
No, whole different project.
Different project,
No
okay.
phases.
Okay. So,
You in favor of us moving this money to spend it, or no? That's all we want, that's all we want to know.
no, that's not the only important thing about this.
That's all this is.
That's the
That
only
is
thing
all
about
this
this.
I'm
is.
asking you, you said you would tell me, they're answering my question as I go along. Why can't we use the wells on that property that we paid
Michelle, that
for
has
years
nothing to do
ago?
with this ordinance.
Okay, yeah,
Michelle,
it
they
does,
put-
because this is water.
Michelle, they put 2 wells in, one
Yeah.
failed, one
And they what?
produced,
And they
but
what? I can't hear you too good.
one failed, okay? The other one pumped water, but it couldn't pump enough gallons to supply the development. In the meantime, we sold them the well so they're gonna use it for their irrigation. So we sold them one of the wells.
Well, does this have anything to do with the well at the high school, Mr.
No.
Dewey? that
Michelle,
we went through?
Michelle,
No.
this has nothing to
No.
do with the ordinance that we're
Nothing
trying to
to
get
do.
through, so we can get to the ordinance that all your questions may pertain to more.
Okay, this is to get the money
This is
together
to
to
move money.
do the next one?
Take it out of this hand, put it in this hand, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, so how much of this is bonds and how much of this is
No
no?
bond.
Nothing.
It's free money.
They're-
It was
they're
money that
giv-
was given to us.
There's no loan. They're giving us the money. All
Okay,
we're doing
I
is
just
taking
want to
it.
say something to y'all, okay? We voted you in, a lot of us here.
Okay.
And I appreciate that you're trying to make sure that the residents are treating your employees good. But could you all treat us good too? Because some of the way you treat me and some of the other residents here, I don't appreciate that.
We're trying to explain it to you as simply as possible.
I sure don't want anybody yelling at me tonight, the way the engineer has yelled at some of the people. And I understand that some people talk loud, because I do. So it just seemed like you were yelling at some of the people, so I do not appreciate if you sit back there and do nothing while some of your employees disrespect the residents. I'm just trying to say something.
Michelle,
If people get confrontational, yeah.
No, we're not getting confrontational. We're asking questions.
No.
We need to know what's going on. Okay, here's a question, because if you don't have one, I'll come next week with one.
Okay.
Oh, I'll promise you that.
Okay.
How come you all, no disrespect, Rosemary, how come you can't bring a map here so you can explain to everybody what's going on? So we bring a map, so we understand I'll bring the map next time. And you can explain it to me.
There's no map needed for this ordinance.
Michelle, I
It's
want
water.
you to know that Jen Harris is here out of really kindness to the township.
She doesn't get paid?
She's not required to be here. She has volunteered to come here to these meetings. She was not yelling at you. She just.
No, I don't think she yelled at me, but I think,
No, she doesn't yell at anybody. She is
No,
the
I think she
sweetest
was a
person.
little loud with
Yeah.
one of the residents.
No, I think she just talks loud.
She is very
That's what I
passionate.
just said.
She's passionate.
She's
I said
very
some people
passionate and
talk
very good at
loud
her
like
You and
job.
I do the same
sometimes
thing. I just want you to know that. And
Michelle,
nobody's
This
just.
We just
township
want to
be
get through
glad
this
that we
Okay,
ordinance.
I
please.
understand. You guys want to put all this stuff through, but we're trying to say we don't want it, and you're doing all this.
You don't want the
And we
developers'
have,
You don't want them to, all we've heard is that you guys want the developers to pay for the development,
Now
and this is
they're
what
paying.
thing they're doing.
Now they're paying.
what were you, what did you?
Michelle, Michelle,
Because I don't say anything to you when you're talking.
Stop.
about-
Michelle.
Talk to us, please.
Okay, you don't let me talk when the residents are up here, and I don't disrespect her when she's talking about
Okay,
Girl Scout
Michelle,
stuff.
we're trying to explain that this is exactly what the residents want. You want the developer paying for the utilities, right?
Okay, so you're.
This is what they're doing.
The fact is, it went from 10 million to 2 million. Is that what you're saying? That's the fact. Because I will look on my records to say
Okay.
that something different was said. So you're saying
10 to 2.
emphatically, it went from 10 million to 2 million.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be back on the next ordinance.
Look forward to that. Thank you. I do.
Harry, can I jump in here a minute?
Sandra Drive.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Dewey.
go ahead, Mr. Dewey, go ahead.
Two things. Well, nobody can reach me from Browns Mills to here. Number one, Pemberton Township should be happy that you got Jen Harris sitting at that dais because she does one heck of a great job for our town. Number two is I make a motion to pay, is there anybody else? Oh, geez, never mind. This is like
Hi,
beating
Dewey.
a dead horse.
Thank you, Mr. Dewey.
We'll address that, Mr. Dewey, no problem.
I don't remember who it was, but they asked, after we take this money out of the general capital reserve, what amount is going to be left in the general capital reserve? I would like an answer to that. Also, how, after we use this portion to pay towards that project, how much more is still due? And how much is a connection fee? I mean, because one of you guys stated that we have more connection fees coming, but I thought that's why they advanced us money, because that was the connection fees for the houses that they planned on building.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're not fronting 100% of the connection fees, correct? So let's just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. So it's split into, I believe it's 4 payments for all of the connection fees for all of the exact number of homes. I forget off the top of my head, but it's split into 4 payments. And I believe the connection fee, Mr. Naughton, correct me if I'm wrong, is, yeah, that's what I thought. $2,050 to connect to the water system.
Okay, so that's 4 equal payments from them?
Correct, yes. And this is this ordinance is about moving the first payment.
Right, and I understand that. So that means that in the future, we have a total, like $612,000 more dollars that we can put towards the project.
Roughly, yes. I don't know if that sounds about right. I don't want to give an exact number, but that
Okay,
sounds
yeah,
about correct.
I got it. Okay, then I just want to know what the current reserve situation, so that other person gets an answer to their question,
Candace?
once this comes out of it.
So we only put things in a reserve when we are putting them there to move them. We don't just put things in a reserve.
So basically, there's probably a zero balance in there. It's a reserve account is just for that. When money comes in, it sits in that reserve until we authorize to move it.
Reserved for something.
So we decide to move it, yeah. Okay? Is that-
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Anyone else for public comment on this one? Council comments?
Motion
I
to
make a motion.
approve ordinance 7, 2026.
Second.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroy?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, moving right along. Ordinance 8-2026, bond ordinance providing for various water capital improvements for the water utility by and in the township of Pemberton, in the county of Burlington, state of New Jersey, appropriating $2,055,938 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,958,036 in bonds and notes of the township, finance part of the cost of thereof. Anyone for public comment on 8-2026? Mr. Stone, come on down. It is.
I'm going to open up with one question, if you don't mind. Because of the vagueness of this paperwork, I'll apologize in advance, ma'am. Okay? The portions of pipe that is supposed to be laid in this, from Pemberton Borough, from the Wawa, to this Greenberg project, is the piping supposed to stop at Greenberg?
That's your only question, Mr. Stone?
Well, that's the opening of it. The reason why I'm asking is, when the young lady was describing it before, she said the pipe on Fort Dix Road to the housing there was being enlarged. Am I correct?
Go ahead, Mrs. Harris. Thank you.
So to explain what is happening, I'm just gonna tell the full story because it's easier that way. Currently, the connection between Pemberton Borough and Pemberton Township is a 4-inch pipe. So it is a 4-inch pipe right now that serves everybody in that portion of Pemberton Township who gets water from Pemberton Borough. The portion of the pipe that is being replaced / enlarged, it's going from a 4-inch to a 10-inch pipe. That portion of the pipe will benefit the residents who are currently in that area because it's interconnecting the two systems, and then it will go down, road names are escaping me, I apologize, it's late. Arnie's Mount Road, thank you, Mr. McNaughton, and turn onto North Pemberton Road, and that 10-inch main will end at the Greenberg property. That does not, my statement did not mean to say, that it was Greenberg is the main benefit, but the other residents of Pemberton Township will also see the benefits of the enlarged pipe as well.
Understood. That does actually help quite a bit with clarity. Because you see what happened, ma'am, is I had an Oprah request before we came here. It was
Talk into the
not
mic,
filled.
please, Mr. Stone.
Okay, the Oprah request was not filled because, as I discussed with Mr. Doyle earlier, I was told there was no plan for it.
They weren't finalized.
Correct, and the plans are still not finalized because I know Ms. Koznowski asked me about your specific Oprah request when I was here previously. And because the plans are not finalized and not out for public bid, they are not yet Oprahable.
Well, see, not in visual, as she asked for a map, and not in writing, anywhere does it say what this young lady just told me.
For the reason.
According to the way it was written before, it was to go down Fort Dix Road and down Arnie's Mount Road.
Never.
No.
Okay? Read the paperwork, said gentlemen, that's the way it reads.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
But you can
that's
also,
the way it
you can
reads.
appreciate what she's saying, because if you're going to leave a 4-inch main, and you're going to add, let's just throw a number out there, 350 homes at Greenberg, you can see where the people on Fort Dix Road are certainly going to lose pressure.
Councilman, if I can.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I think the confusion here, I think I can clear it up. The existing water meter that is being replaced is on Fort Dix Road. That is where we connect to the borough water system. We will run a new 10-inch pipe from the new water meter on Fort Dix Road at the township border, past Wawa on Fort Dix Road, and turn left onto Arnie's Mount. It's not going further, it's not going, when the road goes to the point, it's making a left on Arnie's Mount, and it's going to North Pemberton, and it's actually cutting through the farm field at that point, which is the K-Huff property.
It's not crossing North Pemberton Road, it's just going down.
No, it's not crossing North Pemberton Road. There's an existing pipe that goes across that intersection at Comical Corners already that I believe is 2-inch, and it services 3 or 4 homes, I think, on the left, heading towards the high school. That's where the line ends now.
It services that home and the Dollar General at Fontaine.
No,
You're on the wrong
You're
road.
on Arnie's Mount Road with the high school.
Yeah, the reason you're getting confused, sir, about Fort Dix Road is there's about 100 yards of Fort Dix Road between the railroad tracks where the borough ends and the traffic light at the Wawa where Arnie's Mount Road turns. The
Yeah,
reason
no, I
you
live
keep
there.
hearing Fort Dix Road and you think Fort Dix Road, you think it's just going right down Fort Dix Road to Dollar General. It's not. It's turning left and staying at Greenberg's.
Okay. Now, I do realize on your other ordinance that we already have that $200,000.
That's correct.
Okay? That's in the bank. So what I didn't agree with was the way it was being worded, was it sounded like, we're not going to get it if we don't take it. That's not the case. We have the money. That money's not going anywhere. What you're asking is to put it into an account, movable account, so that you have access to spend it. Okay? You want to put it in your wallet. Or I should say the township's wallet. I won't do that to you. Okay? On this part of the bill, the problem that I have is the quality of the water. And do I have a problem with this Greenberg project? I'll be honest with you, yes, I do. Because you're bringing in low income in the Pemberton Township, and Chief, you can listen to this, okay? You're gonna bring in how many housing units and how many more people with no jobs?
It's 55 and over.
This is a
This is
55
a
and over
55 and over community, sir.
Yeah.
I was
What
told-
you're hearing is the percentage of the houses that are affordable housing,
I
correct?
believe
Exactly.
I believe
That we're
34
supposed to be
houses,
under a certain income.
34 houses are affordable housing, which is a law, state law required.
Yeah, we don't have a choice on that.
For every development made, they have to build a certain
And
percentage.
I was told there was gonna be another phase to it to add more.
This project is the only project that we know of right now.
But how many phases are in this? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head from the planning board. There's 5 phases, right?
5 phases,
So
but
like
it's all
if it's
on the one
350 houses, they're going to build 80, then they're going to build 76, then they're going to build 92. That's the phases.
Mr. Doyle, if I can just interject, the first portion of this is to build the first 172 homes. That is, at this point right now, that is what will be built. We just had the pre-construction meeting on this like 2 weeks ago. I want to say that will be built by sometime towards the end of 2027. The goal is to have 172 homes built. Once those 172 homes are built, and I should also clarify, just so everyone understands, when it comes to a development like this, they're going to go in and do a whole bunch of site work first. When it comes to building the actual homes, they build the model, and then as they sell homes, that's how they build them. So I'm saying the first 172 homes by the end of 2027, but if they can't sell them that quickly, it could go to 2028, 2029 before the first 172 are built.
Do we know what percentage of those are gonna be lower income homes?
I do not.
34.
Yes.
34 is the number.
But that doesn't tell me what percentage of
It's
the
affordable housing. And it's going to be the same exact house with maybe not a garage on it or something like
Well,
that.
I understand.
But it's going to be the same
What
quality
portion of the
house.
170 that the young lady's talking about?
Well, it's 34 for the total
For the total
project.
build-out,
Yeah,
right.
So
so,
about 15 of them?
no.
That's about half the
Oh, and
project?
I don't know. If they're building those all in that phase, they could build them all in that phase. I don't know.
That is not, we don't get to dictate where the
Where?
homes are located within
what I was
each
asking.
phase.
Right.
So I say they're gonna build 172 homes, which I believe is part of phases 1 and 5. The map that we have that shows where those phases are located does not say house number 1 is gonna be low income, house number 10 is, we don't control that.
Main situation, I don't want to be next to another Sunbury Village.
Well, unfortunately, sir, I think what a lot of people confuse when they hear low-income housing, they confuse it with Section 8 housing. Okay, low-income housing, I think it's like a combined income of like, what, $130,000 a year?
Cap.
Whatever the cap is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like a $25,000 or $30,000 a year income. You know, you're talking about two different entities. You're talking about Section 8 as if it were low income, and it's not.
When I bought my house in 78, I paid $60,000 for it. It's $250,000 property
Okay.
now, okay? But then again, I've been there for 48 years paying taxes, which are now almost $7,000 a year, okay? Things are going to change, and there's nothing you're gonna do about
That's
that.
correct, Mr. Stone.
You know, but
Any other problems
Now
with
that
this
there
ordinance?
is, now that
exactly?
there is more clarity to the matter, okay? I want to turn down the volume a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, and turn down the heat, because a lot of answers came out, thanks to the young lady, that weren't out before, okay? But there is still a fact that if Pemberton Borough is taking on this load of this water, someone needs to put a foot to them and make sure that their quality of water is up.
As you were told before, they meet state requirements, Mr. Stone. We have no control over that.
Okay.
I can add to the water quality. I was a research biologist, and I know quite a bit about water quality. The smell you're smelling is a
Sulfur.
a small amount of sulfur. That is stinky, but it's physically harmless. Our school, I went to a small school in Chesterfield, and the water there had such a high sulfur content, when it dripped under the pipes, it actually ate through the tile, and yet it passed state inspections. Because that sulfur, even though it reacted with the tile, well, the tile was limestone. Even our water, as pure as it is, if it drips on limestone tile, it will eat through it.
Not to demean anything that you're saying, okay? And I may not be the most presentable person in the world, but I have a degree in automotive engineering, gas and diesel technology. Believe me, I know my engineering, okay? And I know water content, okay? By county standards, you can pass that water all day long. By state standards, it includes odor.
Go ahead.
So-
Go ahead.
So there is a website that the state of New Jersey has. It's called NJDEP Water Watch. You can go in and you can type in Pemberton Borough, and it will give you all of the sample results that are taken by the labs that Pemberton Borough hires to do their water sampling. It lists all of them on there, so you can compare them to the state drinking water standards, both primary and secondary, to see if it actually does meet the standards, which I can tell you that it does, because as we have said, odor is a secondary standard. It is not a primary standard.
Okay, understood, okay? But as you stated, they're hiring someone to come in and do the testing. There's no state official going down there and testing that water.
All lab sampling that is done has to be certified.
State certified, but that's not a state, that's not.
It is. All labs are certified by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. They use the EPA standards to do all of their lab testing. It is state certified. All of these results go straight from the lab. are sent to the state to be published online.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, okay?
Back to the ordinance.
But it's still a company that was hired. Okay? In addition to that, okay? We're Pemberton Township. We're not Pemberton Borough. We're not Willenboro. We're not any of these other townships that subcontracted this water out. Okay? We're picking up water from Pemberton Borough that's substandard,
It's not.
okay?
We've proved that to you.
Sir,
It's not.
if you're speaking or am I speaking?
I'm
Okay, it
contradicting
is
your
substandard. Okay?
allegations.
People that have lived there for decades complained about that water. Okay? And you can't say that it didn't occur. Okay? It still occurs.
And what
Okay.
what does that have to do with this ordinance?
It's got everything to do with it, because that's Pemberton Township, we should be better than that. What is the problem with us getting a state-certified inspection?
It is
It is state certified.
We've
No, it's
told you
not.
that.
It's a
Okay.
company
Okay,
that's
well,
state
sir, we
certified.
can sit here and differ. We have to agree to disagree at some point.
It's a company that's state-certified,
Okay.
okay?
And that's all it takes. Period.
We mean that's all you're gonna require, sir.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Period, end of sentence.
All right, but long and short of it is, this housing development goes up, they start complaining about the water quality, they start with the lawsuits, we're the ones eating them. Just like you all heard that we can't get insurance to certify our bonds.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Foreman, and I would just like to remind the two new council people that you two were sitting here with Mr. Adatsy, and you two were trying to explain to me something about the warehouses, and he had to correct you because you guys didn't get it right. So I'm just letting you know, we're trying to understand what's going on here. This is a lot of money that we have to pay for, okay? We have a hard enough time, okay? Not just dealing with you all, who might be rude to us sometimes, but the audience. They don't want to come up here and talk. They don't want to, but they'll criticize me and other members, but they don't want to come up here and talk. I'll be glad to go home right now if somebody else would come here and study all this stuff and come to the meetings and try to figure out what's going on. I'll be glad to stay home and quit talking up here. But somebody got to come up here and talk and get answers on the record. Thank you. Okay. Now, okay. Now, is this the $2 million that you say? That they were going to pay $10 million? We were going to have to pay $10 million, and now we only have to pay $2 million? Is this what you're talking about when you're saying that?
Yes.
Got you. It took a minute, but I got it now. Okay, now this is the one that got voted down twice, too. Am I correct about that? Okay, that's okay. We'll go on. Okay, meanwhile, thank you. Okay, it says bonds or notes. You don't know if it's going to be bonds or notes. It could be bonds, it could be notes. You don't know. Nobody knows if it's bonds or notes, or some bonds and some notes. That's one question. Okay. Mr. McNaughton. Hi. So you guys meet together, there's development here. You know you're going to need money for some of this stuff. Can't you set aside of the money we pay you for water utility bills to put towards this so that, it doesn't fall back on us like this heavy duty, like put some in savings, start saving. That's what I was taught since you were a little kid. Start saving for what you want, not just like borrow for everything you want. I don't like that. Trust me. I went without a credit card for years. I was sorry I ever got one. And still am. But anyway, this is for the 4 seasons. Is this for all 4 phases? Does anybody know? If this $2 million is for all 4, I'm not talking about the phases of the development. I'm talking about the 4 phases. So this doesn't have to do with any of those phases at all?
That's correct.
Okay, okay, okay. So what I listen to a lot of these videos. And what I'm hearing is, and you may want to listen to some of them too, Ms. McNaughton, because I'm here listening to Dan Hornicle used to put a lot of money on a truck. I'm like, but that's okay, it's fine, because we're getting that money from the water utilities, not the taxpayers. I don't know what's going on with that, but I'll have more details another day. Like, what are you using your water utility money for? It should be upgrading and keeping up with the lines, you know, so that we won't
water
have,
utility
so that
money-
we don't have to spend all this money to get 4-inch pipes to bigger sized pipes and such.
The money that comes in annually through what we'll call service fees, you pay for your water that you use. That money is used by the water utility workers to do the maintenance and repair and upgrades that we do in-house. At the same time, you have large projects like this that come up, that you don't want to use all of that money to take it down to zero to fund it. You have to borrow from time to time to do major infrastructure projects. The money that comes in from the ratepayers for the water that they use absolutely gets turned right back around and reinvested into the system. It's when you see the guys out there on the street, the guys that you've met with at your house when you had an issue, that's where the money's going that we bring in. It pays for the water utility to do the work they do every day, which does include, by the way, upgrading sections of mains and service lines and things like that. I think almost 1,100 feet last year we did in-house of replacement type work. We have another 2,000 feet that we have on the schedule this year that we want to do in-house. So that's where that money's getting allocated to. It pays for your day-to-day maintenance, your day-to-day operation, the day-to-day state requirements that we have to pay for, like the lab testing and things like that, the permit fees we got to keep up with every year. It all, when the money comes in from the ratepayer, it goes right back into the system. It doesn't go anywhere else.
Do you pay employees with that money too, or
Yes.
does employees come out of the taxpayers?
The employees that work in the water utility get paid from your water bill.
Okay. Okay, well, okay, so exactly, this is going to the Greenberg project, but I'm looking at it and it's saying various areas, capital improvements. What are you improving? What?
Michelle, a capital improvement is an addition or an upgrade to a system, which is exactly what this is.
To what system? The
water
Greenberg system?
The water
Greenberg
The
system?
Greenberg's is an upgrade or a capital improvement to our water supply system to provide the water to that. Capital means it's a big improvement.
But it doesn't include the 4 phases?
We're just bringing water into the development. That's what we're doing, yeah.
So it's not coming from, the water's not coming from the New Lisbon water lines?
No, totally separate, totally separate.
Where's it coming from then?
It's coming from the borough. The borough is
Is
going,
it coming from the high school or?
the borough is supplying water to the Greenberg project.
But there's also something over by the high
The
school.
high school has its own well that
And
has nothing to do with
Mr.
this.
Hornicle was talking about the
That-
Greenberg going into there too.
That was one of his pie-in-the-sky ideas that wasn't possible, so.
Okay, and the other thing I want to say about, I'm trying to figure out like, what is causing all this overdevelopment, right? And here's one of them.
People having,
Yeah, my turn. Everybody's so, oh, there's a lawsuit, oh, scared of all these lawsuits. There was never a lawsuit for Country Lakes where you and all of us came to help you stop that development. There wasn't there's not always going to be a lawsuit. Even if there is a lawsuit, we have lots of lawyers around here that can try to fight it, can't we?
lawsuits cost money. Lawsuits
What?
cost money.
Okay, well, all I know is Dan Dewey says this whole thing, he said it online, starts over here, and then it goes to New Lisbon, and it goes down here, and then it goes over there, and it goes to Rato Village. all to get down to the Greenberg in the end. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
I just want clarification, Vicki Adams. So this money that you're asking for is the 10-inch pipe from Wawa to Greenberg. It is for the water, the standpipe, and it is for the engineering, the design work, the surveying, the construction, the planning, the preparation of plans. So it's all of that stuff is in this thing. Okay, so, is this all we are going to have to do for Greenberg Farms? And then, and then for the Greenbaum redevelopment, is that all the money we're gonna have to spend towards this redevelopment, period? Never again do we have to invest in that. Invest, not run our daily stuff.
Yeah, basically, that's correct. Once we run this water line, it's there for 30, I don't know what's the lifespan of the water line, 30 years, 40 years?
If we're putting in, C900, so it's actually, you're probably gonna get more than 30 years out of it. You'll probably get 50, 60, maybe a little bit more if you're
Okay,
lucky.
Okay,
Then
so,
you'll just have to make
so we're
improvement.
only putting it in for the first 172 homes.
Now, this will do the whole
The
project.
whole 500 homes.
Basically, Vicki, what we're doing,
362.
as Mr. McNaughton said,
362?
we're running the line up North Pemberton Road.
Yeah.
We're going to stop it just before the traffic light where it goes into the development, and we're done. They're doing the rest in the development.
But that's not what he just said. I just asked if we have to do this at the houses, and he said, yeah, there's 300 and something.
There's 362 houses it's going to hook in.
Right.
You know, we're
Right,
just
but we
running,
don't have to
we're
put
just
the
running the
line-
main water line.
What I'm asking, we don't, and I'm assuming the answer is no, we don't have to, by what you said. We don't have to run the lines from the main to each house.
No, that's private
No,
contractors,
heard
right?
that.
No,
Yeah.
that,
you.
that is being done by the developer. So what the
Okay.
township's responsibility is for everything on Fort Dix, Ernie's Mount, and North Pemberton Road. The township is handling all of that. Everything within the actual Greenberg property itself will be done by the developer.
Okay, how much of it is going up North Pemberton Road?
Nothing.
The traffic light, if you're heading towards the high school, you get to the traffic light at North Pemberton. We're actually not going out into North Pemberton.
Okay.
We're making a left into what is now Farm Field. We're
Okay,
gonna be
so-
in off the roadway by about 50 feet.
Okay, that's what I thought, but then she mentioned Pemberton Road, and I was like, okay, wait a minute. So that's why I asked that last question. Okay, thank you. I still don't think, I mean, I know we have to because of, it was the best deal we had, but I think that, this is a lot of money the township's being put up on. I hope
Vicky,
you guys-
bottom- and I agree
hope
with
you
you.
guys don't plan on spending any more this year.
Bottom line is, Vicki, it could have been 5 times this, and our people did a great job getting it down.
Can I clarify something? Because what I just said might have been slightly misleading, and I want to clarify it. When we make a left, running adjacent to North Pemberton Road, when I said 50 feet, that means that's how far into the farm field will be. But it's running down parallel to North Pemberton Road until you get to essentially where the driveway to the K-Huff property is on North Pemberton Road.
Where American Legion is?
No, you're going, that's the other way. We're going the other way.
From the traffic light to that Greenberg driveway, you're probably looking at just over 100 yards, 300 feet.
Give me a second and if we can move on, I'll get you the answer.
Am I close, Eric? Like 300 feet to that Greenberg driveway?
Probably. But if you go a little bit further, there's a little spot on the side of the road that a lot of people stop off and kind of hang out. Well, right about in that area, there are gas tanks in the ground from an old gas station. And there's probably 2 more on that property. So you don't want to be digging there. Well, actually, you should be digging there and getting them out of there. In any case, I just want to keep on that for a second because how far it goes down North Pemberton Road. Why can't it just come in off behind Wawa where that head is going to be? Because they're going to have, according to the plans, an emergency exit. Obviously, there's only one exit in and out for 350 homes, but there's an emergency gravel road that's going to be gated off closer to the borough. Why doesn't the main just come in right in there?
Well, it has to go up there because that's the area where the standpipe's going to go, or small water tower, whatever you want to call it.
Why does it have to go there?
Because you want it on the highest part of the ground,
Well, that's lower.
No, it's actually.
I live across from there.
Eric,
It goes
You're
down.
coming uphill all the way up Arnie's Mountain Road. So, I mean, Stevie
Arnie's
Wonder.
Mountain Road is the highest point in South Jersey. That's why the
Well,
towers are up there.
I'm saying, so
But
that,
as
so
you
want
get
the water
down to that
tower at a
area,
higher point,
right, but where
That's
the
why-
road is coming in, where their entrance is, that's not the
Well,
highest
we're-
point.
no,
It's all
no.
pretty much the same
We're
level.
not saying that. We're saying that's why it's coming up that way, because the water tower is going to be up in that area.
Well, it's just
It hasn't been
curious.
decided exactly where yet, but that's.
So I find it curious that it would have to come down North Pemberton Road, because that land is pretty level over there, so you can put that water tower anywhere you want. And it was also mentioned it would be able to be used by other township residents. There's not a lot on North Pemberton Road other than this development. So it's really not going to benefit anybody.
There's about 134 existing Pemberton Township residents that run off of borough water now.
Not on North Pemberton Road.
No.
I'm
no,
talking about North Pemberton Road.
No, but that water comes across there and goes over to that, what do you call that, Comical Corners, or?
There's comical corners there, yeah.
Yeah,
There's,
so
but
there-
that's the other direction.
But this will improve their water pressure going over there with the increased size of the lines and stuff.
I get that. I understand that.
all right.
I'm saying, I don't understand why it has to come.
What he's
down
saying is he
North
doesn't know
Pemberton
why it
Road.
has to go so far down North Pemberton Road when it's not going any further than that farm. They
If
could
you
stop
wanna
it like at the
service those
traffic
other
light and still feed the farms.
You can feed those other people and keep on going. You don't have to turn towards North Pemberton Road. I just find it curious that that's going on, because it has been surmised or spun about that you could continue that all the way down to 206 and then get East Hampton to hook in. Or now you're down to North Pemberton Road and you can now all of a sudden have an opportunity for other developments. Like, and I don't know who owns, I guess it's Marvin's now, but Judy Greenberg used to live across the street. She's got 30 acres or so there, that's for sale. You could now service that. I don't want that to happen. So it's just curious that you're going to take it down North Pemberton Road when that land is more or less level, no matter where you bring it in. You bringing it down North Pemberton Road, that's just going to give you the next step. You're just opening up Pandora's box. So I don't think it should go down that way. So I'd
I'm
like
going
you
to
to
gather
think
that
about
that was part of the development and everything that was approved by the planning board back when you and I were trying to fight it.
Right.
That was their design, and that's where they ran it to, and that's where, back then, they agreed to run it to.
Maybe we could change it, because then you're running less pipe too. It's less expensive. You don't have to make that turn. You're bringing it into the development sooner. You don't have to go all the way right down the road and make the turn. It's going to save everybody money. The developer will be happy about that. We'll be happy about that. And it doesn't give any illusions that there's an ulterior motive. And I think maybe the developer, it sounds like he's been working with you, that, you have a symbiotic relationship here financially. I think maybe he might want to entertain that. The guy here, I don't know how much power he has over that, but maybe you could bring it to their people. So we'll move on. That's all to go with that. That all belongs to that. That's all that. This has some of the same comments I had about the other one, but you satisfied those questions. So when the lines go in, obviously, once the development, no, I don't know, obviously. So is it, once the development is done, does the township take over the lines that are within the development? Or is it as each house has a CO? You know, when does our water department take ownership of the lines on the development? Because like she was saying, it could be 2030 before they finish the whole development. So if there's a problem with one of the first 172 houses in the first couple of years, who's responsible for that on the development? Because we're only paying up to the development. But obviously, at one point, the township does take over, right?
Jen, do you want to handle that, or Tom?
So the way it typically works when you are doing a development, and I need to go back and clarify to confirm if everything within the development is staying public or private. I don't have that answer right now. But typically, when you do a development, the township does not take everything over until everything in the development has been completed, and they have, satisfied all their punch list items, and then the engineer would say, okay, we're releasing your bond and you're on a 2-year maintenance bond period. In that 2 years, the developer would be responsible for making any repairs, and then after that, again, I need to double check to confirm if this is going to be public or private. If it is public, after that 2-year maintenance bond period is over, after everything has been built, then it would be on the township to maintain everything.
So we don't know if it's going to be public or private?
I will be honest with you, my company was not the engineer when this went through the planning board. So we are taking.
That's okay, but
The roads I know are going to remain private, but I believe the utilities will be turned over to us after a period of time. I do not know the exact period.
is it going to be gated? I thought it was.
I do not know that, yeah.
I thought there was something, I don't really care. I don't really care. The gates are usually open anyway.
But back to the water bond issue.
Yeah,
Ordinance.
so, but, no, so that's interesting that, I guess it's good for us if we're not responsible for anything that happens in the development until the development is finished. That's awesome, and I think it might be fair because their construction equipment might ruin something for somebody who's already there, and that's not our fault. But that could be done on a per-piece basis as well. Just to be fair to the developer, they could say, no, there was something else that happened with those lines that wasn't our fault. Then you guys start talking about it. The only other thing was, and I guess it's a little bit off topic, but somebody brought it up about the affordable houses that are going to be put on there. There's going to be 34 affordable houses based on what, 350 homes?
362, yes.
362, okay. And I know somebody's worried about it being like the dregs of society come in there. How affordable are they really going to be? They're going to be $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 houses. Affordable housing in that development is really not low income anyway.
That's correct.
So we're not worried about that. However, I don't know what the law is for satisfying those number of homes, but I think it was brought up that you may not, or you don't have control over how many of those homes go in during the whole development period. However, I would say that it would be fair that a certain percentage of those affordable homes do go in as the progress of the development goes, and not just at the end, because the developer might just not sell all the houses. They might not build all of them.
I'm sure the developer will work within state requirements, Eric. They have
Sure.
to. They have to.
I don't believe they can, they're not going to wait because you can't put all the affordable units in one section,
Okay,
okay? They really have to be interdispersed throughout the development. So I think it would be pretty difficult to do that.
okay, so logistically, it makes sense. But yeah, it would make sense that they do it as they go along, as a percentage. I guess that's about it. The only other thing, and part of this would be, I guess, during the planning board discussions, but it could have an effect on these, I suppose. Every developer comes in and wants variances. They come in and they go, well, you know, we're here already, you gotta give us this variance. I don't know if there's any possibility for variances on this water project, but I would have to say that you might want to write it in there and say absolutely no variances if they want to be a good neighbor.
So the planning board process is already done for this project. So this water main has nothing to do with the planning board approval for the homes. It's a separate, completely separate entities. So there will be no more variances asked for
Okay.
any part of this because the
Okay.
planning board process is complete.
Okay. And one more there. Hey, I get to talk too.
I didn't say you didn't. You keep saying one more.
Yeah, I got one more. So.
I usually tell my children no after so many one more.
So many one mores. I'm not a financial person, but it does say in here bonds or notes. Can somebody just explain what the difference is?
Go for it, Candace.
Sure, so notes we typically do for short-term financing, they can be, they're renewed once a year, up to 10 years, and then you would either have to pay them off or go to bond. For financial purposes, we typically do notes every year, and then once you build up enough notes and you have enough money for it to make sense, in payment of principal and interest wise, you would then go for permanent financing on anything that was left to be paid off. So notes is a difference of short-term financing, and then once you basically accumulate enough that you would need to go to bond, which I would say is every average 4 or 5 years, you then go to bond as a whole, you get a better rating for that.
Is there any plus or minus either way? Does it cost any more? I mean, it's just the cost will all be covered by
Yeah,
this,
so
either way?
Yeah, we put soft costs in each of the bond ordinances typically to cover those costs under that. If you're doing a note, you don't have to pay on it for the first 3 years of it and until the end of that. So that's why typically around like the 4th year, you end up just going to bond because you're about to pay interest anyways. So you get a bond rating, which is typically like a credit rating for a person, and then you would go for permanent financing on it.
With those notes, you said that you don't have to pay on it in the first couple of years. Are you
Yeah.
still paying interest on that, or?
You're paying, yes, you are paying your down payment portion and some interest, yes.
Okay.
You're just not paying
And
down.
if I may, sir, just to clarify, because there's a lot of, that's when a determination would be made by bond counsels, a recommendation whether there would be bond insurance would be relevant. These things are not saying we're going to issue bonds. It may come to that, okay?
Right.
At that time, bond counsel could advise the governing body if bond insurance is either obtainable or necessary. The bond insurance only insures, it protects the investor.
Oh, I wasn't even asking about bond insurance.
I understand
Doesn't
that,
really
but just to kind of complete the discussion.
Since we're there,
Because there's a process before you even get to selling bonds, and we're nowhere near that at this point.
Okay.
And it all depends upon the credit rating of the municipality, even whether bond insurance is relevant. So that would be a determination by bond counsel, and there's separate bond counsel that advises every municipality.
and that's above my pay grade. The only other thing I have,
10 one mores, go ahead.
there you go. In that section 3, it says, line 3, including but not limited to. That is kind of open-ended. Can you say only as it pertains to the Four Seasons development?
We
So that it doesn't get in like commingled with other funds, you know, people don't go, oh, look, we have this money for this other.
We do typically keep all bond ordinances in a vague statement. However, the purchasing against this bond ordinance would still have to come before council for approval. So I understand that there may be a concern, but typically, even in its vague nature, we try not to reutilize any bond ordinances for purposes in which they weren't originally for. We just don't do that. And I understand.
That's the intention, I understand. understand, but there could be.
Yes, but not keeping it vague would also possibly require us to come back in front of you to reallocate this bond ordinance and possibly put us in another situation where if the council at the time doesn't approve it, now we might be put in front of, breach of contract. So we keep it vague in nature to make sure that we are covered on all bases as well when we're purchasing for this. So it
You
says,
can't just say that it has to be used for this project?
I mean, it does, it states the project.
Well, except
However,
that it says
that-
but
that-
not limited to,
That
that's
but
my
not
concern.
limited to opens us up to be able to fund other water
Right,
materials that you would need for that specific project.
sure, well, just
Yeah.
say.
It doesn't mean that we can go ahead and connect in another area in town in which you wouldn't want us to.
Well,
It doesn't allow us to do that. We can't just, we're not just gonna go around connecting pipes everywhere. That's not what this is saying.
I guess, but I guess maybe I'm splitting hairs or semicolons and commas.
I think you are,
Yeah.
Eric, I think you are. Yeah.
Well, it
Just be-
happens.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
but-
we're worried to get back getting sued because they got more lawyers? Same thing. I mean, if we just say only as it pertains to this development, I still think it gives you leeway to
To sum this up.
move money,
Eric,
but within the project.
So to sum this up, Eric, I think it's safe to say that you're not in favor of this bond ordinance?
I'm not in favor of this bond ordinance because it makes
I
the
usually always
project
make
go
sure
through,
I
but that
said that
cat's
when I
out
was
of
on
the
that
bag.
side there.
But that horse has already left the stable, so.
All right,
but, yeah.
thank
I
you,
know,
Eric,
it's
very
like,
much.
yeah, thank you, can I have another?
I'm sorry. Anyone else on this bond ordinance? Any comment from the council members? Seeing none, looking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 8, 2026.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Charleroy?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. Moving on. Ordinance 9-2026, ordinance of the Township of Pemberton, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, amending this and supplementing Chapter 86 of the Township Code of the Township of Pemberton entitled Construction Code Uniform so as to revise various fees under the Uniform Construction Code. Anyone for public comment on that?
Council President?
Yes.
If I may interject, the state of New Jersey, DCA, has received this ordinance, and they have corrections already that we need to make. So if it's okay, I'd like to table it so we can make those corrections and have it done at the next meeting.
Oh, yes, we want to get this right the first time, so if nobody has any objections, I'll look for a motion.
Did they indicate were they the fee amounts?
Yes.
They would be substantive changes, so my recommendation is you just simply table this, or we can reintroduce the new ordinance at the next meeting or a meeting when we get what the state's issues were.
Okay. I'll send it
Okay?
over to you tomorrow.
Because if we amend the ordinance on second reading, it's putting us back to the same, so we just table the ordinance.
Okay, looking for a motion.
Motion to table ordinance number 9, 2026 until the changes can be made.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroy?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. 10-2026, ordinance of the Township of Pemberton, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, amending, supplementing Chapter 190 of the Township Code, entitled, Pemberton entitled zoning so as to prohibit the construction and operation of data centers within the Township of Pemberton.
Okay, Council President, once again, I hate to interject, but we received some feedback from the Pinelands, and it seems as though GCLI also has a 1 and 2. So there's 2 different zones, and they said if we're going to put in, the data centers are not allowed to be in the GCLI zone, 1, then we need to make sure that if we don't want them in a GCLI number 2 zone, that you have it covered. So there needs to be corrections to the ordinance.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
would
I guess
just
we're, okay, go ahead.
Mr. Council President, what I would, the communication received from Pinelands indicated as written, the ordinance may be certified after adoption. So the governing body, at its pleasure, may move forward with second reading of this ordinance and adopt it. We would then introduce a new ordinance that would include the other zone. So rather than to amend this ordinance, at least you have an ordinance on the book that covers most zoning districts, and then do the other one subsequent to it. And I just might add, as another layer of protection, is the law in the state of New Jersey that if something is not permitted in a zone, it's prohibited. This ordinance only clarifies that the governing body doesn't want data centers in the town. Okay, so you're not being left exposed that somebody can put it in there because they're not permitted now.
All right, so we'll move forward with 10-2026. Open it to public comment. You sure?
One more for the road.
No, two. I am happy that you guys are doing this. I've just been following a lot of that's going on with Vineland and now even further south, and it's a mess. And if you follow Sustain SJ, South Jersey or SJ, they're showing that there's other states who are actually putting moratoriums on data centers, like Pennsylvania is creating a law to put a moratorium. Texas, how about that? I don't know what other states. So to your point, move forward with this and then get the next one right in there.
Right in.
But do we also need to do a moratorium, or should we just leave that to the governor?
You can't do a moratorium.
You can't?
No,
Okay.
the state would have to adopt
Okay.
that. Not, but you can't do a moratorium on building.
Okay. So, but we could petition the governor and say we would fully endorse that.
We can pass this ordinance tonight and take care of Pemberton Township.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't remain silent. We should let them know that, because every town is going to tell her, then maybe she'll do something. The only other thing is, I don't see a definition of data centers. Is that on the books already somewhere else?
I believe it's in there. Am I not correct?
Yeah, I thought you had a description in there. I'll flip back.
But usually when you go through the ordinance, your book, it says definitions. It defines everything. So that would have to go, the definition, that would have to be added to the definition center of our book.
No, it would only be a definition within the zoning section.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't really see it. It says, it says kind of, I guess backhanded, just says, process including manufacture, assembly, or treatment of products, blah, 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 changing molecular structure, but that's not really describing data centers. Because data centers, one of the things talking about, some of the residents that came up in Vineland, they said, well, wait a minute, they're actually producing a product, they should be subject to retail tax. So there's actually a product, not just like a change in molecular structure, there's an actual transfer of goods.
We're just looking to stop them altogether.
Absolutely. Me too. I just want to make sure we nail this down and just make sure that there is, I guess you would have to have a definition of data centers, because somebody could come in and go, oh, I'm just retail. Or whatever, I'm just storing stuff. But I didn't really see that in there. Just want to bring that up, make sure there's a definition. And
Okay.
you could do that on the follow-up
Sure, absolutely.
ordinance, that's all.
We'll tighten
If
it
you
up.
have any suggestions about a definition.
You call up one of those guys, Sustain at South Jersey, or DeMayo Blueberries, or one of those guys.
I don't have the technical expertise, so I don't know.
Yeah, I would just lean on somebody else who's already going through it.
All
That's
right,
it.
Thank you, Eric.
There you go.
So
So that was
noted.
like 1.5.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Come on up, Ms. Phillips.
America Phillips.
I'm against to this ordinance number 10. I attend another meetings, and I be honest with you, I did not know where data center was. They explained to me what it's all about it. And I'm glad the panel are against to. We do not need this in here because we do not know what is coming to us after they build that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Michelle?
Michelle Foreman, did you get a paperwork from recommendations about this from the zoning board?
There were some recommendations passed on by the planning board because they reviewed it and found it to be consistent with their master plan. Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't the zoning board, it was the planning board?
Board, yes. They review these things.
So they gave you recommendations?
Yes, they passed along some recommendations, yeah.
Is that, they were against having the data centers in this
That's
town, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
I'll make sure.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Any comment from any of the council members? Looking for a motion.
I'll make a
to approve
motion to-
ordin- Go ahead, Danny.
I was going to make a motion to approve 10/2026.
I'll second you, sir.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. DeCharleroy?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, last but not least, ordinance 11-2026. 2026 capital ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriations limits to establish a cap bank. NJSA 40A-4-45-140. Anybody have anything to say about that?
I do.
Go for it.
I'm starting my fourth year, and this will be the fourth time that I say no to this. It's never passed in the 4 years I've been here. That's all I got.
Okay, any public comment? Yeah. Looking for a motion? I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 11-2026. In the past, I voted no against this last year, but I feel it's a tool that we need to exercise to help us not only with this budget, but with future budgets.
Mr. President, may I?
Yes, you may, Mr.
Burlington
Mayor.
County has 40 municipalities. In 2025, 39 of the 40 approved this ordinance. Pemberton Township was the only one that did not. That's all I got.
Yes, and I understand, like I said, I've found that it's a tool that we can use because we're not only going to have problems, this year with the budget, but, future years, and helps us work through that, I think.
It protects us. That's what it does.
Yes, there's no downside to it, since I've been schooled a little more on it. So, and like I said, I make the motion.
On that, I'll trust your judgment as well as yours. I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroy?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
No.
All right. On the new business. New business A1, Public Works antifreeze remove and replace services for sprinkler systems at the senior center from Mid-Atlantic Fire LLC in a total amount of $10,174.90. As Mr. McNaughton explained earlier, why we're replacing this. It's been like 4 years since we did it the last time, and it's starting to break down and needs to be upgraded and replaced. Any comments?
Yeah, I got one.
Go ahead, Danny.
Being that I've been in the automobile business for over 50 years, when you have antifreeze in a car, you're heating it to 180, 200 degrees, and then it cools down, and you do that every day. That's when you have breakdown of antifreeze. But when you got antifreeze hanging in a pipe that's sealed, and there's no air getting in it, and you're not heating it and cooling it, I kind of disagree with the state 100%. I don't know how it can break down. That's my opinion, you know?
I
just-
understand. Yeah,
and-
like I said, I remember Mr. McNaughton talking earlier, saying that they've tested it twice and it breaks down over a period of time. I guess it doesn't meet the new state requirements under.
So It's inspected every year. It's
Every
inspected
year?
annually, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The NFPA 25 code was made more stringent in 2022. You can't just have a standard antifreeze in the pipes anymore. I don't necessarily disagree with what Mr. Dewey said. Our issue here is the
Compliance.
state of it that's in the pipe now doesn't meet the current NFPA standard, and we are required to change it.
Now, with that system, can you convert it to the dry system?
I can't answer that question sitting here right now.
Okay. I mean, maybe that's something we should look into and see how much that costs.
Yeah, I put out a call to a building inspector, but I didn't have a chance to follow up on them. I think it has something to do with the age of the building. I can't be 100% sure, but, I did reach out and ask that question, but unfortunately, my brother was out of town.
Because that building has the outlet on the side of the building to hook the fire hose up to it, right?
Yes, it
I'm
does.
pretty sure.
Yep.
So I don't really see a big deal there then, but got to watch our pennies, but that's all I got.
Okay. Anybody else on that?
I was just thinking that replacing the system would probably be quite expensive.
Yeah, I would say going from wet to dry, you're changing the whole system, right?
Yeah.
I don't think so. So
You would
be
have
it.
to change the heads and everything, Danny, for this?
It's something
I
I
don't
can
think so.
research, gentlemen, but to get us in compliance for this year,
Right.
while we work through that, we have to do this. But I can certainly, I don't disagree with Mr. Dewey again, that it's something we can certainly research and look into. And if we can get away from this glycol system relatively inexpensively, so we're not paying $10,000 every 3 or 4 years.
Exactly. I mean, it's a lot of money.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me do some research, and Harry, if you're working on your end too, we can combine notes and see what we can do moving forward.
All right. Yep, that sounds good. Meantime, we need a motion to make sure that we make the fire system up to standards.
I'll make a motion to approve 12A1.
Okay. I'll second the motion.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
All right, next we have A2, Public Works, batting cage for sports complex from On Deck Sports in the total amount of $3,425.93. This is part of what we're doing to help upgrade the fields across the street. The ball teams wanted a new batting cage, and we had a little extra money left from the initial fencing project, so this is what we're doing with that, so that they'll be happy until Phase 2 comes along. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I had one question on this, but it was answered by Mr. Kurth prior to the meeting that I was, $3,400. What's the life expectancy on this? He looked it up for me real quick, and he told me it's 8 to 10 years. So if you do the math there on that, I think that's a nominal investment. I mean, you think of this as just something for the kids to do while they're over there practicing. No, the whole idea of PAL baseball is a feeder program for our high school. Okay? We want to better our athletes. We want to put our name on the books, get kids into colleges, big colleges, have kids like when I was in school, Eddie Smith, Irv Smith, hear those big names, come back to town, come back to your town when you're a multimillionaire and do things for your town, like's been done in the past. This is where it starts, with a batting cage. The kids in Pemberton Township need the same materials to be better, just like all the rest of the towns do around the state, around the country. We need to step up, and this is certainly a way to do it. If there's nothing else, I'll approve 12A2.
Well, hopefully we get one of our teams to Williamsport before
I hear you,
die.
Danny.
All right, we got a motion. How about a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, next we have our wonderful bill list. Anybody have anything on the bill list?
Well, I really couldn't read it, so I'm going to abstain from voting because I couldn't read it.
All right, well, I mean, I looked through the few questions I had, I believe were answered. Charles, you have any questions about the bill list?
Not specifically.
Okay.
Danny, if it's any consolation to you, there's less attorney's fees.
Yeah, that's a good thing, isn't it? How about that? All right, well, then if there's no questions on the bill list, entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the bill list.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Mr. DeCharleroi?
Yes.
Mr. Dewey?
I get abstained from it.
Mr. Harper?
Yes. All right, solicitors report.
Councilmember Dewey, Doyle took my part of it. Council fees are last.
All right, well, that's a good thing, yeah. All right, how about the mayor's report?
I'll keep it short because it's kind of late. I know everybody wants to get home, so I'll just say, a lot of bad gets highlighted up here, or what people perceive as bad, but the good is so much more, and there's so much more of it that this council and this administration has done in such a short period of time. I just really want to commend these gentlemen and Ms. Kozlowski up there for the work that they've done. It's amazing. The accomplishments that we have seen over the past 14 months were more happened in 14 months than happened over the last 3 years. So I just want to point that out. Thank you all for hanging in there with us. Have a great night. See you in a couple weeks.
All right, business administrator.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted everybody to know that UEZ has their own Facebook account, and on that account, you're going to see the spotlight on Pemberton Township businesses. Please go on there, follow us so you can get the most updated information. The mayor and I will be going out to our local businesses for the ones that have not registered to become part of the UEZ. We will be starting that very shortly. We're obviously working on the GWU contract, and we're reviewing the trash and sewer and water accounts to see if everything, if there's any changes that need to be made so the township can do better in those accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dewey, would you like to give the council comments?
Yeah, congratulations to Mr. Gerber. I think he's going to be an asset for our town. We've had more great appointments in 6 weeks than we had in 3 years. Rosemary's doing an excellent job. Town's going in the right direction. I'm very happy about that. I'll be happy at the next meeting because I'll be there. Everybody have a good night, and thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, Mr. Dewey. Charles?
Just a brief comment. This is definitely much more than I expected, but I will soldier on through.
After all, it's not as bad as sleeping overnight twice a week in a laboratory.
Thank you, Charles. Perry?
Well, I think the one thing that's changed here is over the last 12, 14 months, we've been sitting on a stagnant pond, and I think that's what all the residents are used to. It's just still, calm, nothing's moving. And the last 45 days, we're starting to get ripples on the pond and things are moving. I not only talk to department heads from time to time, but I actually run into the employees all the time, be it wow on the streets. All the feedback is positive. Of probably 24 employees that I've run into just to say hi, I mean, it's always a pleasant interaction. There's nothing negative, there's no complaining. Things are getting done. So, excuse me, as far as the township goes, our goal up here was to change the morale internally first, and I think we've succeeded with that, and I think the things are going to start to ripple out to the residents as well, and they will see the difference. But appointments are made. We're doing the best we can do to fill all the seats and keep the train moving forward. Just give us time and let things get done. And unfortunately, I'm not happy about spending money either, but I would rather spend money ahead of time. It's called preventive maintenance. Like I tried to tell Miss Adams, you change the oil in that car so you don't blow the motor. The unexpected expenses are 3 times as much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. I'd just like to thank everybody that hung in there past this late hour. I want to really thank our staff because you helped us out immensely. I think the audience appreciates your input and stuff, and we don't always have the right answers, and you keep us straight as well. But as Perry said, and Danny said, Mayor said, we're trying to do more positive things. We think we're moving in a positive direction. I know we can't keep everybody happy, but we're doing the best we can with the tools we have, and our instruments are getting sharper, not duller. So, thank you again. See you in 2 weeks. Looking for a motion.
Motion adjourned.
Second.